honorable guests, colleagues, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome the participant speakers from the other collaborating European parliaments to Cyprus, especially the guest speaker, Mr. Kristian Bartholin, whose presence adds a significant stigma to this conference, and of course, all of you whose presence is an honor both for the foundation itself and this initiative. Today's conference marks the third iteration of an initiative that started in Greece and continued in Portugal during the previous 2 years. The purpose of the previous, current, and upcoming conferences is to deeply explore issues related to technological literacy and the digitalization of citizen engagement within a framework of democratic coexistence. The participation of civil society as a changing and potentially adaptable entity navigates through a technological corridor that often takes the form of emerging organizations and institutions collectively addressing issues of ethics, freedom of expression, and respect of human rights in general. Aspects such as the security of personal data, the prevention of cyber attacks, and the risk of opportunities presented by the technological revolution and digitalization are themes for analysis by experts from various fields. Now, traversing the intriguing labyrinth of artificial intelligence, this year's conference focuses on two significant aspects: the influence of the essential functioning of parliaments regarding internal procedures, services, and committees, as well as the communication with elected members, and secondly, the extent to which artificial intelligence can impact the governance of a democratic state. Before the beginning of this conference, I would like to thank the AG Leventis Gallery for hosting us at this magnificent environment. Conference begins with recorded opening remarks by Her Excellency, President of the House of Representatives, Ms. Annita Demetriou.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all and express my gratitude both for your presence and contributions to this important and may I add timely event, which will focus on the impact of artificial intelligence on deliberative democracy. Target-themed events of this spectrum are undeniably significant for us in Cyprus as hosts, since they are not only foster collaboration between parliaments, but also enhance the knowledge and expertise through focus and exchange of views and cutting-edge material. Our valued guest speakers will seek to explore inter alia the impact of AI on human rights, democracy and the rule of law, delved into digital literacy in respect to our parliamentary work as well as its effect on parliamentary procedures, while contributing to our understanding on AI vis-à-vis user interaction. Moreover, through their presentations and the ensuing debate, you will be encouraged to expand your knowledge on AI and data literacy, in addition to the hot topic of whether or not AI challenges current forms of governance. In this respect, I feel proud that the Foundation for Parliamentarism and Participatory Democracy of the House of Representatives is set on a path of achieving the goals and purposes of its establishment and is now accomplishing through provoking work towards the study of aspects of parliamentarism, participatory democracy and digital citizenship. The aim is to cultivate solid interaction by encouraging public dialogue on a range of topics and promoting scientific research. At the same time, through the Foundation's activities, the objective is to further develop the cooperation between the House and the academic community while practicing sustainable parliamentary diplomacy. We aim for this goal to be achieved through cooperation between corresponding parliamentary foundations and research institutions in order to build on an extrovert attitude via networking. Therefore, I'm particularly pleased that we have managed to organize this event in collaboration with the parliaments and respective parliamentary foundations of Greece, Austria, Estonia, Italy, Portugal, Spain, and last but no means least, the European Parliament. Dear participants, as the pressures to deploy automated decision-making systems in the public sector become prevalent, we need to systematically examine how the use of AI in this context, in addition to existing data governance regimes and national regulatory practices, can be intensifying existing power asymmetries. Thus, the specific effects of automated decision support systems on public procedures and services must be examined in relation to the growing expectations for governments to play a more prevalent role in digital society and to ensure that the full potential of technology is being harnessed. The regulatory framework for AI has become a crucial policy issue as more and more innovations are based on large-scale data collections from digital devices, and the real-time accessibility of information and services, conduct, and associations between institutions and citizens could strengthen or undermine trust in governance systems and democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, your input as experts in your respective fields and through provoking attendance as participants will contribute towards establishing a constructive informational basis with a user-friendly approach to the innovative yet controversial environment of AI, which parliaments are still familiarizing with. To this end, let me express my very best wishes for successful and fruitful deliberations that will produce valuable outcomes, I'm sure about it, which can be constructively applied in our everyday parliamentary proceedings and practices. Thank you for your time, and thank you once more for your important participation.
I'm now inviting Professor Emilianides, President of Cyprus Academy of Science, Letters and Arts, to deliver his intervention.
Honorable guests, dear friends, the initiative to foster cooperation amongst European parliaments on issues of digital technologies and how they affect our representative democracies originally began, as Dionysos mentioned, from the Hellenic Parliament Foundation, which invited a number of European national parliaments as well as the European Parliament to join the initiative. And indeed, those parliaments, this group of parliaments, started deliberating, and this led to a conference held in Athens on 10 to 12 June 2022, which was hosted by the foundation, by Yiannis Mastrogeorgiou and his associates, and co-organized by the Cypriot House of Representatives, the Estonian Parliament, the Italian Chamber of Deputies, the Portuguese Assembly, and the Spanish Congress of Deputies, and of course, the European Parliament. The topic of this initial conference was digital technologies and the stakes for the parliamentary democracy. The subsequent year, the informal group of European parliaments cooperated once again, and the second conference was hosted in Portugal, in Lisbon, by the Portuguese Parliament on 16 and 17 June 2023, thanks to the initiative of Bruno, Pinheiro, and his colleagues in Lisbon, and we will have later a speech on how this follow-ups to this conference. The topic of this second conference was digital literacy, why it matters for representative democracy. The proceedings of both the Athens and Lisbon conference have already been published, and they are available in an ebook form, which is freely available also in the internet. This has allowed parliaments to exchange good practices and ideas together with scholars, practitioners, and the public for the future of our representative democracy. Having participated in this process from the initial deliberations for the Athens conference and having also participated in Lisbon, it is with great pleasure that I welcome especially all delegates from abroad in today's conference in Nicosia. My view, and I assume you will agree, is that the informal increased cooperation amongst national parliaments and the European Parliament is an extremely good practice at the European level, and it is very important that the Cypriot House of Representatives has embraced this initiative from the beginning. Especially important also is that this initiative started mainly from northern European countries, from southern, European countries, which, as you appreciate, are often not in the forefront of technological and political development. This, of course, with no disrespect, especially to our Estonian colleagues, who are well known for their technological advancement, as well as our Austrian colleagues. But my point is that the majority of parliaments that initiated this are from the south. The topic is a pressing issue of extreme importance. In recent years, there is an exponential growth of AI to an extent that it has entered all fields of life. It is telling that this year, just a month ago, 2 AI specialists were among the recipients for Nobel Prizes in the fields of physics and chemistry, respectively. With the US and China being the leaders in AI in development, the EU has just recently enacted the AI Act as a common regulatory and legal framework for AI regulation. Artificial intelligence is changing society as we know it, sometimes for the best, sometimes for the worst, but this is a fact. The Cyprus Academy for Science, Letters and Arts that I represent has also unsurprisingly considered AI and its effects as one of its primary topics of interest. Today's panel is impressive, consisting of key stakeholders, scientists and policymakers, and thus let me congratulate the organizers and the co-organizers, and thank in particular the President of the House of Representatives, Annita Demetriou, and Director General Tasoula Hieronymidu, who from the beginning embraced this initiative. The recent establishment of the Foundation of Parliamentarism and Participatory Democracy for the House of Representatives provides a significant impetus so that the House can tackle important initiatives and issues like the one we deal with today. And I am very pleased that the House selected Dr. Dionysos Alexiou as the Executive Director for the Foundation, who has worked very hard for the administrative preparation of today's conferences, which is hosted indeed in this excellent venue. Archimedes famously said, "Give me a place to stand and I will move the world." I think with artificial intelligence, this saying is even more relevant today than ever before. However, the need for a responsible use of AI so that the benefits for representative democracy and for our societies can outweigh the risks is more relevant than ever. I'm certain that our deliberations today will prove to be fruitful and that the proceedings of the conference, once published, together with the Athens and Lisbon proceedings, can guide our further collective actions for the benefit of our systems of representative democracy. Thank you very much.
Professor Sun Liman recently stated that artificial intelligence can analyze data on people's residence, education, income, health, and working conditions and predict life events with high accuracy. From my point of view, what we need to focus on is the level of foresight which could be a future role of artificial intelligence itself. This non-human power in the past refers to the oracles, for instance, in ancient Greece, or philosophers' explanations during the Middle Ages. What disrupts this apparent ambiguity regarding the issue of prediction is the future use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, through data analysis, brings forth an extremely dangerous possibility and creates enticing data aimed at achieving a trend that can be characterized ambiguously by suspicion and obscurantism. What emerged as a question is whether we can predict future events based on conditions and events in our past. This could be $1 million question in 2024. Not sure about the next year. What I'm sure is that this model opens up important positive and negative perspectives to discuss and address politically. Similar technologies for predicting human behavior are already used today inside tech companies that, for example, track our behavior on social networks, profile us extremely accurately, and use these profiles to predict our behavior and influence us. This discussion needs to be part of the democratic conversations so that we consider where technology is taking us and whether this is a development we want. Allow me to finish with a kind of unconventional reference. A neural network is a computer model inspired by the brain and nervous system of humans and animals. Like the brain, a neural network is made up of artificial neurons. Each neuron receives input from other neurons and then calculates an output. A network like this can learn to solve tasks by training on large amount of data. These networks rely on training data to learn and improve their accuracy over time. But once these learning algorithms are fine-tuned for accuracy, they are potent tools in computer science and artificial intelligence that allow us to classify and group data at high speed. This could be a creepy scenario or an undisputed beneficiary tool for humanity and especially for democracy. As I mentioned earlier, at today's conference, we have the honor of having with us a guest speaker, Mr. Kristian Bartholin, head of the Digital Development Unit and secretary to the Committee of Artificial Intelligence, whose intervention focuses on the Council of Europe Convention of AI and Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law, and its impact on the protection of democracy in particular. Mr. Bartholin.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting the Council of Europe to be here today. It is a great honor for me to represent my organization at this very distinguished meeting. And I would like to give you some information about a very important international treaty that has been developed by the Council of Europe and which, at the global level, will assist and the work that is already being undertaken in the EU, for instance, through the AI Act. The last couple of years have witnessed a truly impressive increase in the capacities of artificial intelligence systems and just as impressive democratization, if I may put it like that, of the technology. Anyone with access to a computer or a smartphone can make use of various forms of AI systems, such as large language models or other forms of generative AI, and create content. AI comes with great promise for innovation in science, in education, in healthcare, in business, in administration, and it is likely to revolutionize how we interact and communicate with each other. But AI also comes with a darker side. It may be used to undermine democratic processes, including by spreading lies and fake news. It can be used for surveillance purposes, to control the population and marginalize any political dissent. It may be biased in decision-making and lead to breaches of human rights. Activities throughout the life cycle of AI systems may interfere with personal data protection rules. And this is something that, of course, in Europe is something that we hold very dear in any case. Let me underline that it is not the technology per se that poses these problems. We should not fear the algorithms, but we should be wary of how and in which context they are being developed and used. Therefore, the Council of Europe, in close cooperation with its like-minded partners in Europe and beyond, has elaborated a new framework convention on artificial intelligence and human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. To give you a bit of the background, in 2019, the Council of Europe set up a committee to examine the need and feasibility of regulating AI in international law. This committee, which was known by its abbreviation CAHAI, issued a feasibility study in 2020, concluding that such a need indeed existed. In 2021, the CAHAI also issued a document outlining the main elements that could be included in a legally binding treaty on AI, focusing on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. In 2022, the CAHAI was replaced by a new committee on AI, which is called CAI. I apologize for all of these abbreviations, but it is a peculiarity of our organization, which was instructed by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe to establish an international negotiation process for the purpose of elaborating inter alia a legally binding treaty on AI. On the 14th of March of this year, the CAI successfully finalized the negotiations of such a treaty. In addition to the member states of the organization, Argentina, Australia, Canada, Costa Rica, the Holy See, Israel, Japan, Mexico, Peru, the United States of America, and Uruguay participated in these negotiations. The European Union represented its member states. In addition to that, we also had 68 representatives of civil society, industry, academia, and international and regional organizations who also contributed to the shaping of this new treaty to make the process as participatory and inclusive as possible. The Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law has been adopted by the Committee of Ministers on the 17th of May 2024, which was also the occasion to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe. And I think it's a very fitting that at this moment, when we were looking at an organization that had reached the venerable age of 75, we're still at the forefront of creating new international law on a very burning topic. It was opened for signature in Vilnius in Lithuania on the 5th of September, and on which occasion it was signed by Andorra, Georgia, Iceland, Norway, the Republic of Moldova, San Marino, the United Kingdom, Israel, United States of America, and the European Union on behalf of its member states. So quite a large group of states already, and the number of interested states is still growing. It is our hope that the world's first international treaty on AI, will in due time become the global standard for regulating the development and use of AI systems in human rights, democracy, and rule of law sensitive contexts. The principles contained in the Framework Convention are applicable to both public and private sector AI systems. These principles include respect for human dignity and individual autonomy, transparency and oversight, accountability and responsibility, equality and non-discrimination, privacy and personal data protection, reliability and safe innovation. The Framework Convention does not create new human rights that are specific to AI or any other technology, but ensures that all existing human rights will prevail also in situations where an AI system is involved in taking or informing decisions. And this by no means is a given. At the very same week that the AI treaty was finally negotiated in March, the UN also held a discussion about the possibility of regulating AI in international law and came to the conclusion that this would not be something that they would undertake right away. So this is certainly simply to underline that having a convention on this, having international law on this, is not a given. So that is in itself quite an achievement for us that are all together here in the room. The convention requires the parties to provide remedies and procedural safeguards and to put in place a risk and impact management framework. The CAI is currently elaborating a non-legally binding methodology which parties may use for the risk and impact management, and this will be ready by the end of this year. The challenges that AI technology poses to society cannot be meaningfully addressed at domestic or even regional level. only. To be efficient, there must be a global legal framework, creating a level playing field for all relevant actors across regions and providing for international cooperation. This is exactly what the Council of Europe's Framework Convention offers. It is often alleged that regulation constitutes a hindrance for technological innovation and the resulting economic growth. This is, however, manifestly not the case if the regulation in question is sufficiently targeted and calibrated. On the contrary, such regulation may rather improve the chances of economic growth because it favors responsible innovation and allows for societies to make use of the technology without having to fear unintended consequences in the form of abuse and misuse by the state or by a private entity. We are facing a digital divide globally, and the uneven access to AI technology across the world's various regions, as well as the uneven protection against abuse and misuse, makes this problem even more important to address now and in the future. It is our aim with the Framework Convention to contribute to the bridging of this divide. Let me end by underlining my belief that new and emerging digital technologies, such as AI, but not only AI, will ultimately prove to be of benefit for humanity. AI technology offers economic and scientific development to societies across the globe. But we must at the same time beware of the temptation to uncritically rely on the technology. Above all, we must not let ourselves be seduced by the immense capacities offered by the technology. AI technology, used responsibly, benefits us. Used irresponsibly, it may contribute to undermining our human rights, our democratic processes, and the rule of law. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholin, for your insightful yet informative speech. We are now going to have a happy time. We are going for a coffee break for 20 minutes and then come back for the first session. Thank you very much. Mr. Bruno Diaz, permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat, will focus on why digital literacy matters or representative democracy. Bruno?
So good morning, everyone. Many thanks to Dionysos and also to Achilles for the warm welcome here. My task here is to transition between the two conferences. Here displayed, you have the cover of the book of the last year's event. I will just say a few words. First of all, that it's a great pleasure to be here today, but I would highlight three main reasons. It means that after a very successful launch of these conferences in Athens in June 2022, in building on the follow-up of the events that we held in Lisbon last year, we are delighted to see, the Portuguese Parliament administration and also the political level, that this configuration carried on its work. It was in 2021 that Leventis launched this idea. So time has proven Leventis right by launching this idea and inviting us all to participate. Then, in fact, we were just discussing during the coffee break how meaningful and much needed this platform is to exchange information and best practice on issues like the impact of technology, the first one, digital literacy, the second one, and today on AI and the impact on democracy. Finally, we already have some work to showcase because we organized two conferences, 2 books are published. I don't know if Leventis was so ambitious when he thought about this in the beginning, but I think we already have something to showcase, and I think we'll all bring back to our capitals more knowledge. My task here today is to bridge between the two conferences. In Lisbon, in June 2022, Mr. Quintanilla, who was the chair of the Committee on Education, decided to organize it around the topic of digital literacy, why it matters for representative democracy. And we try to address several topics. You can find them in the book. I won't expand too much on that. But the idea was to combine expertise from politicians, academics, practitioners, and we also had some representatives from the industry, someone from Microsoft, and also the CEO of an AI company based in Seattle, who is also an advisor to Joe Biden on these issues. We have published the books, and I will just present the main takeaways that you can read from the book. First one is the role of parliaments in digital transition, that parliaments can act as key institutions in generating and disseminating political knowledge. Then the book is very heterogeneous because you have very academic papers, very hands-on approaches as well. So we gave total freedom to all the authors to keep their written contributions the way they deemed fit, regardless of what they mentioned at the conference. Then digital tools and civic participation. We had a very good example from Estonia, from Trinu. It was very interesting, this paper, and you can read it, because one of the main lines was that there's no digital paradise, that this brings a lot of benefits, but there are many limitations to be taken into consideration, methodological restrictions, the questions we were talking during the coffee break as well on the language difficulties, etc. So all this, you can find it in the book. And the main line is that critical skills, human critical skills, are still much needed. Then on AI and digital governance, the new opportunities, combating disinformation, and cybersecurity as a democratic concern. We had a very good intervention from a colleague from the UK. And then, coming to the exact point of the conference, digital literacy and democracy's survival. It's spread throughout the book, this main concern on fostering a critical understanding of digital tools to prevent manipulation and ensure that democracy remains accessible. Then we had a very good intervention from a colleague from the European Parliament, Dine, on advanced analytics. I really recommend, if you have the time, it's a very short intervention in the book. And he highlights several services that can be provided to members that could be beneficial. One, data-driven decision-making, namely providing insights into data from a wide range of sources. Then, data visualization and reporting, complex data presented in an easily understandable way, identifying trends and patterns, text mining and natural language processing, and something which is often very tricky nowadays is sentiment analysis, but it's something that members value very much. Analysis of public opinions and sentiments on policies, proposals, and decisions, which enables the members to understand how citizens feel about certain topics. Then, and to finish, 3 reasons why digital literacy matters for representative democracy. First, it ensures transparent governance, by enabling citizens to engage critically with political information, and it's relevant for parliaments to be at the forefront of the discussion. Then to strengthen civic participation, and finally to protect democracy from manipulation. Then, as I discussed this with Mr. Quintanilla a bit before coming here, and he gave me an advice, which would be to ask ChatGPT what would be based on the conference proceedings, so to upload the book into ChatGPT, and ask ChatGPT to give us advice so that we could offer parliaments on how to cope with challenges of artificial intelligence. And the first one, it's 6 advices, but I'll be short. First one is invest, and it even gave the advice and the rationale for the advice. So the first advice is invest in AI literacy and critical thought. So it's AI telling us that we need humans. Second, implement ethical AI guidelines, which is something that it's on everybody's minds. Then, use AI for enhanced participation and decision-making, offering citizens the possibility to engage more with those who govern them. Then 4, address cybersecurity threats proactively. Finally, the last 2 points, leverage AI for transparency and accountability, and to monitor and regulate AI in political campaigns. So the challenge today is also to see if we can outsmart what ChatGPT told us to do, and I wish you a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno, for your speech. I now kindly ask Mr. Theopemptou, coordinator for the first panel discussion, to have his seat, as well as the colleagues who are taking part. Mr. Luis Manuel Miranda, Director of Human Resources and Internal Government. Ms. Maria Niestadt, Policy Analyst, Digital Policies Unit, Members Research Services of EPRS, and Ms. Ismini Kriari, Emeritus Professor of Constitutional Law from Bandung University of Social and Political Science. First panel focuses on the impact of AI on parliamentary procedures. Each one of the participants will first deliver her or his speech, and then an open discussion will follow. The open discussion is not only among the panelists, but it's open to the audience too. So the seat is yours, not the floor. So thank you very much.
I will take the floor if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you, and thank you, everybody, for coming to Cyprus for such a very interesting event. I should say that because of my training, I messed around, and because I'm always a curious mind, I messed around with AI a lot, and it's fascinating, but it's also scary. The truth is that the first time I realized how scary it is when I was listening to a podcast, and he was saying that imagine that you have a car that is driven by AI. It's a self-drive car, and it's going through bends in the mountain, and there is one passenger in the car, and the car is running at the speed. It cannot see very far, and suddenly at the bend, it sees 4 or 5 people standing in the middle of the road. So what should the car do? Actually drive into them and save the passenger, or go downhill and kill the passenger, the one, instead of killing 5? So that was an ethical question that actually stuck in my mind. And it's really very interesting how we are going to find the solution to all these ethical issues that we face. We have a problem with AI already. If you follow every country that has elections, you see AI being used maliciously, and it's something that we need to pay attention to. Even the AI experts in the world have actually issued warnings on how to handle this. And it's not only the AI in elections, it's the scams, the voice, and all this. There are extremely interesting things to do with AI. I am a user of AI. I have my own trained model, and I mess around a lot. And I find it extremely useful in the parliamentary work that I do. But you can write music as well. And on my website, I no longer buy pictures. I actually design them using Copilot, which is free, and stuff like that. So it's very easy, but it also means that it will take jobs away from certain specialities. And it's something that we need to be very, very careful about it. So we are here to discuss the work of AI and the relationship with the work that we do in Parliament. And I call first on the floor, it's Mr. Luis Manuel Miranda, Artificial Intelligence and Parliamentary Procedures, which is the first point of discussion.
Just a correction, it was my bet. I forgot to refer to Rosario Rodriguez. I'm really sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. Luis?
So thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for the invitation again. So, do androids dream of electric sheep? Let me turn to the question that gives its title to Philip K. Dick's famous book to raise the actual question that has been hovering over the previous sessions and which has brought us here today. Do parliaments dream of AI? Parliaments are currently entering the AI dream. The important thing is that the dream does not turn into a nightmare. In April 2024, the IPU encouraged parliaments to start experimenting with generative artificial intelligence on simple tasks and within a controlled environment. Drafting summaries, creating records of parliamentary debates, or even drafting the minutes of the sittings seem like functions that can be performed by AI in an accepted manner. However, when it comes to parliamentary procedures, and particularly legislative procedure, this asepsis and simplicity may not be so easy to implement. And indeed, risks increase dramatically. I shall divide my presentation into specific points: how generative AI may affect each stage of the legislative procedure, and which formulae can be used for a successful implementation. I must confess that I have more doubts than certainties. Let's start with the basis. Generative AI can be approached from two perspectives, as a means or as an end. If we devise it as a means, it shall be configured as a tool to support parliamentary work. But if we devise it as an end, it may end up replacing parliamentary work itself. Let's look at some examples. Undoubtedly, as a means, it will certainly speed up the legislative procedure, proceeding and simplification of large volumes of information, systematization, organization and insertion of amendments, lexicographical correction, or refining of regulatory text with high levels of regulatory quality, correct insertion of the provision in the legal system, refining of repealed regulatory provision, and all this within the framework of a continuous and autonomous learning process as it's fed. However, it used as an end, that is, as a tool to draft legislative text, entails a certain risk. The complexity and scale of generative AI architectures makes it difficult to actually know how its results are obtained and explain why those results, and not others, are generated for a given input. This may lead to the hallucination phenomenon, whereby incorrect, misleading, or invented results may appear. From the perspective of legislative initiative, the drafting of the initial provision, AI may enable interaction with citizens, deepening the notion of open parliament and enhancing relation between representative and represented, in such a way that it could bind together and refine the draft legislative text in a coherent manner. However, in this first stage of the drafting of the text, we must ask ourselves, has AI an ideology? Can it be trained to have one? Should there be as many AIs in parliaments as there are ideologies? AI creates content by feeding and training itself. If a given state has had more left-wing governments than right-wing ones or vice versa, most of its legislation will ideologically go in a certain direction, and it is to be expected that AI shall be prone to that ideology. Consequently, legislative proposals shall go in that direction as well. That, from the perspective of a pluralistic and democratic parliament, is something that cannot be tolerated, hence, one of the first risks posed by AI, ideological bias. The central state, that is the one that takes place within the parliament, is the most delicate one. This is where political agreement, compromise by means of the table of amendments, and indeed the public debate and final voting come into play. Let's look at two specific examples. We use AI as a voting tool with the possibility of predicting the sense of the vote on the basis of the parliamentary debate. What might happen if AI predicts an outcome or suggests an outcome according to the debate and then parliamentarians vote differently? This situation might generate embarrassment not only within Parliament, but, much more importantly, outside Parliament. Citizens may question whether parliamentarians are doing their job properly or even bestow more confidence on AI than on them. It would be difficult to explain the sense of the vote. A brief remark on the quality of the laws. For some decades now, there has been talk on the need to improve the technical quality of the laws to make them more accessible for citizens. AI may solve this problem by using a simple but more precise language. But let's not forget that laws are not only the fruit of the jury's special expertise, but much more importantly, they are the fruit of political pact and agreement which, quite often, and for the benefit of this pact, relax or sacrifice technical perfection, adopted decisions which may seem non-rational or ambiguous as regards the drafting of the text. AI could not possibly tolerate or put up with this incorrection since its training is aimed, as is the case with all technology, at perfection. The third stage, that of its insertion in the legal order, also had its own contours. Let's consider two very specific issues: the constitutionality of the law and the interpretation of judges as those responsible for enforcing the law. As regards the first, will a law always comply with the Constitution if it has been drafted by AI? AI may synthesize and extract all the doctrine of a constitutional court and war about its compliance or failure to comply with the Constitutional. But do we actually want this to happen? Regarding the judge, the primary enforcer of the law, if the law is perfect, complete and current, will then Montesquieu's words that the judge is the mute mouth that pronounces the words of the law be finally fulfilled? Let's not forget that the purpose of law is to reflect the transformation of society, but also to transform it. If AI solely draws on past sources, it might not be the best tool to transform society. Here, the task of the constitutional judge and the ordinary judge is essential. I'm finished up. How do we mitigate all these risks? The first aspect to be borne in mind is that we must distinguish AI from an institutional perspective as compared to a political perspective. Although those of us who work as technical experts in parliaments now, this is not an easy task. From an institutional perspective, which is the one I'm interested in now, we must start by setting up a governance system within the parliament which clearly and precisely define for what purpose AI is going to be used in a fully transparent manner and which allows decisions that might have been taken using AI to be explained at all times. Explainability, namely the ability to understand how and why generative AI system delivers certain outcomes, is vital since it guarantees transparency and accountability, and that, in turn, builds trust among its members and the public. Citizens have a right to know how parliamentary work is conducted and how decisions are adopted. Just as there is full transparency in debates and votes, so should there be in the use of AI. We must bear in mind that its use for drafting laws has a huge impact on people's life. Secondly, AI feeding and training must be constantly supervised by a person, assessing at every step the possible risk or deviation that may occur, conducting to that end regular evaluation. Let's not forget that AI is the beginning, but not the end, in the use of this technology. Hence, as pointed out by Stuart Russell, we must favor a safe AI versus a AI safe, that is, ensure its safe use from its inception. My final point. If parliaments want to introduce generative AI in legislative procedures, they will require a high level of trust in technology and a robust governance system, both solidly built and develop and train its simple tasks. However, I believe that, just as in other parliamentary fields, its assistance may represent a great progress. I do consider that, at the moment, it entails more risks than potential benefits. But who knows? Thank you very much.
The next speaker will talk about the potential use of AI in parliamentary research services. Is Ms. Maria Niestadt, which is a policy analyst in the Digital Policies Unit in the Members Research Service of EPRS. EPRS is the European Parliamentary Research Service, and it's one service that I follow a lot, and it's the reason why I put on weight, because they used to have great podcasts, and I used to listen to them when I was walking, and now they stopped, so I don't go for a walk. And I put on weight. Maria, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I was already introduced, so I'm Maria Niestadt. Maybe just to specify that our Digital Policies Unit in EPRS deals with horizontal digital topics. So if we take, for instance, artificial intelligence, then we followed the Artificial Intelligence Act, but we don't follow the application in specific sectors like AI in health or AI in education. And can I have my slides, please? Oh, there. So today I would like to talk to you about practical application of AI in EPRS, because this spring we formed a working group within the EPRS, which so we had like around 15 colleagues who tested different generative AI tools. Among the tools tested were, for instance, European Commission tools like e-briefing and e-summary. So in these tools, you can upload a couple of documents, and then they will make you a short either briefing or a summary. But the Commission has also, for instance, a translation tool, but this one we didn't test it. Then we tested also a couple of tools that are a bit similar to ChatGPT. For instance, the European Parliament had developed a similar tool called GPT Lab, and the European Commission Joint Research Center has a tool called GPT at GRC. So in these tools, you can pose open questions. So, the reason why the Commission and the Parliament developed these tools and were that they wanted to give staff a tool that they can trust more. So a tool that differentiates from ChatGPT by the fact that the information that we put inside it doesn't go outside, so that it would not be used to train the large language model for other uses, because this is important when we use internal, a document that is not published yet. And we compared these results with other commercially available tools like Gemini or Copilot. And so for each tool, we assessed their accuracy, how good they were in providing sources, how good they were in translation or in usage with different languages, how was the language, was it correct, and how useful, we evaluated how useful it would be for our work. And as you can see, well, we found both benefits and challenges, which are quite common actually with other usages, so not just for research work. Here first, I maybe mention first the kind of usages that we can do with this tool. So we tested, for instance, so you can summarize texts, you can find the useful sources, you can do like general research. So if you get, for instance, a question from a member of a parliament, you can try what do these tools provide you as an answer. You can try to also correct already an existing analysis, so that you can ask it to correct the structure or style. Or you can use it for, like I said, for translation or just brainstorming. Or one of the use cases that I tested was also I tried to tailor an existing analysis to a different need. So for instance, I had already done an analysis where a member of the parliament had asked me to analyze what the EU member states or what has the EU done to reduce the exposure of children to smartphones and social media. So I had done a long analysis on that. And then the next day I got a question from another MEP asking similar thing, but he wanted a much shorter analysis, so that would not go into so much details. So in that case, I asked it to make it simpler and shorter. So so if we talk about benefits, then we did find that it can help us to save a lot of time, and it can improve productivity. It does enable us to access a large amount of data, and it enables to retrieve information quite fast. And it is actually easier. So if you have a specific question, it is easier if you ask this question than to know that than to search the same thing in a database of academic reports, for instance, where you have to know which. There you can't ask an open question. You have to search by keywords, and you might not always know what these keywords, what would be the best keywords to use. And also it enabled us to access information in more languages. So this is actually a problem that we face in EPRS, because usually we use a lot of English-based information, English-based English reports or academic articles that are written in English, and not so much in other languages. Although we do have colleagues, we do have a coverage in all languages. So usually colleagues, they do speak a couple of other languages. But there is still this English there's a prevalence of usage of English sources. So we found that, well, in principle, these tools could help us to access sources in other languages. But, well, the problem is that, okay, for instance, if you take like e-summary, you can upload there a document in another language, and then it makes a summary of it in English. But you still need to speak this language if you want to check if the content is correct. You could ask also other colleagues help, but there is still this language problem. So for the challenges that we encountered, so at the time of the testing, several of these tools, they still had some page limitations. So the length of the document that you could upload was still limited. And in some tools, it was just, let's say, 40 pages. And it couldn't analyze very complex documents that contained a lot of graphics or also they didn't support all kind of formats. For instance, PowerPoint presentation, they didn't support. Then other risks that we encountered is the time lag. So the tools that we tested, they didn't provide the most recent information or the most recent academic articles. So there was always some kind of time lag. Although, well, there is progress done in that sense. But we did test some of the, for instance, I did a test by asking the GPT at GRC, like, what are the today's news? And what was surprising that it said that I'm not able to give you this information in principle because I am not trained on so recent data. But here is a list of events that could take place today. And what was surprising was that, so it provided 10 events, and out of these, 4 were correct. But these 4 that were correct, they were events that take place every year. And then, well, other challenges that we encountered were mistakes in translation. So in general, we concluded that these tools, that they worked less well in other languages, especially with smaller languages like Slovak, Slovenian, Estonian, Finnish. There were more mistakes in the language or the translated terms. So we did find, but for instance, with the bigger, like with Spanish, Italian, the results were better, and especially the best was with English. Then one of the most important points, and I think is the kind of sources that they provide. So some of these tools were quite general when they said, like, when we asked, like, so on which sources is this information based? So they would sometimes just say this is based on documents of European Commission or European Parliament without citing the exact document. But sometimes they did. So we tried also asking, like, can you provide me, for instance, I asked him, can you provide me any recent academic articles that find a connection between usage of between smartphone addiction and violence? So then it provided like concrete articles. And we also saw that sometimes it invented completely sources. So it provides you, it seems like a concrete academic article, and then you look for it and you don't find it, or so it doesn't exist, or it's like a random blog on the internet, or so there are still problems with sources, and this we found actually critical because we have to check if the content provided by these tools is correct, and if we don't have the sources, then how do we check it? The European Parliament has developed also guidelines for publicly available generative AI tools. So these guidelines were developed by the IT services of the Parliament at the request of Secretary General. And in short, these guidelines, they say that these tools, they should only support our work, but they should not do the work in our place. So they don't forbid the usage of these tools, but yeah, they say that they should just support our work. But well, it's not specified what support means. And in these guidelines you find 4 principles. First one is that they recommend, they say, do not share any European Parliament information that is not already publicly available, or do not share any personal information. This is, well, so here we talk about the publicly available generative AI tools, not the tools that we tested, because with the publicly available AI tools, this information can be used to then further train large language models. And we don't have control over how this information could be used. And also then, if we do that, then, well, information might become public before we want it to become public. The second principle was do not directly replicate generative AI results, meaning like do not copy-paste their result. Third recommendation was use the disclaimer AI assisted when making substantial use of generative AI tools. Well, this has raised a lot of question among staff because it's not specified what is substantial use of these tools. And also within the EPRS, we have been discussing like if we use this disclaimer AI assisted, doesn't it lead at the end of EPRS? Because if a member receives an analysis and they see AI assisted, maybe they have impression that we have just copy-pasted what the ChatGPT has said to us. So that's why we are working on a more specific disclaimer. It has not been decided yet, but the wording of this disclaimer for the moment is that we propose to say, this text does not contain any AI-generated content that has not been reviewed by EPRS. In preparing it, the author used this specific tool in order to do what? So the aim of our wording is to say that, well, that we have reviewed the results and to specify what we have done exactly. This is to just increase our authority and to say that, well, this has basically been used to support our work. And then the last suggestion in the European Parliament guidelines is do not rely exclusively on AI tools for mission-critical and time-sensitive processes. So basically, this is to say that we should never say that, okay, I was not able to provide this information because ChatGPT didn't provide me yet an answer. So we remain responsible for our work, and this, like I said, it should just assist us, but not be the sole tool that we used. Thank you for your attention.
Next presentation is the impact of AI on parliamentary communication. This will be done by Mrs. Rosario Rodriguez, who is a Director of Communication at the Congress of Deputies. Madame Rodriguez, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here again. I'm honored to share with you this very interesting panel. And I'm grateful that Maria talked just before me, because she has given me some answers that I brought here. Just because as responsible of the communication in the Congress of Deputies or in a parliament, we use information given by parliaments to process it and to give press releases and other products that we share to the public. So it's very important to us to know and to take into account which kind of information we use to produce our contents that we just release and give to many kind of publics. I'm going to talk very down to earth in a very practical point of view, even in a pedestrian point of view, talking about a couple of examples that in which we are trying to use AI. Because there is one aspect of AI, we've been talking about AI from many years ago. And it's very important to us, for instance, in our commitment with people with disabilities, for instance, with deaf people, for instance, in the way we could subtitle live coverage of the sessions. And so far, we do it. We do it by stenotypist, because the result of this subtitling is more precise from a linguistic point of view. And but there are few companies that can do this work in Spain. And when there is no stenotypist that can do this work, we call for re-speaker. Re-speaker, there are more people that can do this work, and re-speakers do not do that work in such a precise way. And you know that in a parliamentarian speech, details are very important from a political point of view. But we also use re-speaking. And re-speaking actually uses AI just software that can be trained with the voice of the speaker itself, and that can translate it into a subtitle that we put in the image live coverage. When it is not live coverage, it's very easy. Just go to YouTube and you can just take the diary of the session, and it is synchronized with the voice. It's absolutely magical. So it is a way that we can use AI just as a tool and a step further of the evolution of technology and not evolution of digital density. But from November 2022, there is another step further. And I will give you another example of what I'm trying to say. I recently went to a panel at university, and they talk the number of times that news about AI appeared in media in the public television. And until November 2022, there were no more than 40 news, principal or secondary news about AI. But in 2023, it increased to almost 200. And exponentially, they thought that this year would be even more quantity of news in the media about AI. Why? Because of ChatGPT. Because ChatGPT introduces in this world of AI creativity. It's the generative intelligence. And so citizens have tools just that can use in a daily basis in our ordinary life. So it is very, very, very important for us. It's another path of the evolution of AI. And so, of course, we've tried to know what kind of usage we could do in Parliament, and what's more important, in communication of Parliament. And there are four words that are always related to these, and these four words have emerged in this panel so far, and I think that they will appear through the rest of the session. And it is very important to be aware of all of them. The first of all is the technological investment that we need. Is it easy to implement generative AI in the procedures, in the treatment of information? I think that there are tools that can be cheap. ChatGPT, it costs no more than 24 euros per month, just the basic subscription. And other tools, I think that they're also cheap, and we could use it in a very successful way. The second one is cultural, because talking to the responsible of digital technology in Televisión Española, that's the public radio and television in Spain, they told me that what they found the most difficult to implement about AI is that the workers, the personnel, sometimes they are very reluctant to adopt new ways of working. And it is very difficult in parliaments, because if workers, if our civil servants, more of us are civil servants in this panel, do not admit or are reluctant to this, the gap between reality, between the world outwards Parliament and us, would be bigger and bigger. And it is not easy, because Parliament handles a lot of information, a lot of data, and that has to be implemented with, and there must be integrated with new forms of dealing and of archiving information. It's very, very important for us. But there are other tools that, for me, are the most important ones. One of them is transparency. When we have made some examples and some little experiments using ChatGPT, there's a question, and Maria just brought it up before me. Should we say that a press release, for instance, has been made by AI? Should we use some sort of disclaimer, as she said, that, okay, this press release is made by AI, and we are final users of information in parliaments, but as well we are not final users, because the final user itself is the public. So, as she said, the team was well, there's been some sort of debate about it, because as we know that information is well done, and we know that this information has passed our filter and is correct, and why should we say that this press release has been made by AI? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't know if it is not necessary just to say that the press release has been made by AI. I haven't. Please give me an answer, because we have made a lot of press releases that haven't been published because of this. And even in some cases, it's even better than the one that we have made, because yes, indeed, it's amazing, because you can train it, and the training is good, and AI is thought to always give you a response, always gives you an answer. And the other one is about responsibility. It is very important to know that when we are talking about communication and information and with relationship between parliaments and journalists, it's very important to know that one of the risks of AI, of generative AI, is that could give you a standardized response. And there are other things that we could implement in our communications, and it's very important. And there are other questions. For instance, when you are handling with some kind of laws or some kind of procedures that are complicated and are politically sensible in a moment, ChatGPT or other tools that you could use wouldn't give you an answer. So it is very important that there must be a control made by persons and by professionals in this task. And there are other things that came up when debating about it between the team. I don't know in your countries, but in Spain, and political communication is made to enhance the distance between the politician and the journalist. If you go to a meeting and the press is attending the meeting in another room, if you go to a press conference and you see the politician through a TV, and if you mean the political party or the parliament, do a press release that isn't made by humans, what is left about the relationship between a politician and a journalist? And it is very important. It is an issue very important to take into account. And I will finish. I think that if AI just gave to us great expectations and great realities as well from the technological scientific point of view, generative AI, the possibility that AI could be creative itself, has given up huge expectations. And we don't know what will be of all of that. It will become all in only expectations or realities. But anyway, I think it is a very important step just to that digital density we are delving into in this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next presentation is on parliamentary committees for the future and the challenge of AI. It will be done by Mrs. Ismini Kriari, a professor of constitutional law at Pantheon University and a member of the executive committee of the Hellenic Parliament Foundation. Ms. Kriari, thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation to come and talk to this distinguished venue, and thank you all for being here today. As we have heard in the past 2 years, and as we've heard already today sometimes, AI is a disruptive technology which is going to bring many changes in practically all sectors of human life, in the health sector, in the education sector, in transport, in the communication, and in many others. So my question is, are our parliaments properly equipped to deal with all these sectors and to all these consequences in their law drafting? Are we actually satisfied by the way our representatives work in the parliaments, especially in highly technological issues? Let's remember what is the qualification of an average member of the parliament. He might have a legal education, in most cases in Greece, this is the case, or he might be trained as a physician, or he might be trained perhaps as a student in the polytechnics, or he might be a teacher, a theologian perhaps. So one week he has to decide about transport, next week about an international convention, and the next month he might have to decide about education. So can he decide also about highly complex and far-reaching issues like the ones which are posed by technological development? It is true that parliaments have begun to realize that difficulty, and they have actually formed the technology assessment units already in the 70s. We had the Office of Technology Assessment in the United States, and then we had many offices in many European parliaments. And after the 90s, we had a new form of institution which deals with future issues in the frame of the parliament, and these are the committees for the future. We know that the members of the parliament work and act having in front of them the horizon of their 4-year term. But the issues of the future, they actually have far-reaching consequences. They are not only confined to a 4-year term, they have a very open horizon. So these committees for the future are composed of members of the parliament who do not participate in the regular, in the day-to-day parliamentary procedure, but they study and they draft reports about issues which might occupy the interest of their countries in the years to come. I can see the question that comes before your mind. A deputy, a member of the parliament, goes back to his or her constituency and says before the embarrassed audience, I have not talked about the school you need during the past 4 years. I have not talked about the hospital you need during the past 4 years or about the road you need, but I can assure you I have been very, very busy. I have thought about the future. So I can understand that there is a question there. How can we shape a committee for the future, and how can we convince that the population of the respective countries that we need it? But we have already in Europe 3 countries which have dared to do that, and we have also 5 countries in Latin America. I think that you have heard perhaps already about the Committee for the Future of the Finnish Parliament of the Eduskunta, which was the first one to be formed in 1993, and the main bulk of work of this committee is actually to draft a report which comes as an answer to the report that the government presents once in 4 years. Every new government has to present, perhaps in the middle of the working time, a report on the future, in which the government declares what are its main objectives for the future. And to that report, that committee for the future gives an answer with another report. But apart from that also, these 70 members of this committee can choose any other topic and write about it, topics which might have an importance in the years to come, which might range from nanotechnology to genetics to municipal councils to everything. And this committee for the future, the work of this committee for the future is actually very much admired and very much commended. but not very much imitated. There are two other countries in Europe which have created their two committees for the future. One is Lithuania, and the other is Iceland. And in Lithuania, the Parliament of Lithuania established a committee for the future in 2020, its main task being to prepare and consider draft laws and other legal acts regulating the modeling of the future development of society and the state, development of innovation and technological progress, emigration and re-emigration processes, and their impact on the development of society, modernization of the state and strategic reforms, as well as to submit and consider proposals on these issues. And furthermore, it has to discuss and submit to the Parliament reports, conclusions and proposals on issues relating to strategic directions for Lithuania's development and projections for future developments and factors influencing future developments. So you see there is a very rich spectrum of issues that are dealt with by this committee, and they had actually formed the Lithuania 2050 State Progress Strategy, which is an integrated strategic policy on demographic development and an integrated research-based demographic agenda, underpinned by the country's multi-annual demographic strategic guidelines based on the following pillars: birth promotion program, effective programs for health protection, increasing life expectancy, etc. So, and the third committee for the future is the one that has been established in Iceland in 2018, and the Prime Minister established the Committee for the Future, consisting of 11 members of Parliament, and drafting the report Icelandic Society 2035-2040, Economic, Environmental, Regional and Democratic Developments. Other committees for the future have been established in Chile, in Paraguay, in Uruguay, in the Philippines. And the second World Summit of the Committees of the Future took place in Uruguay last year in September 2003 on the topic Bringing the Future to the Present, the Democracy of the Future, Artificial Intelligence and Parliaments. In the outcome document, the participating parties, over 300 parliamentarians, experts and practitioners representing 7 parliaments from around the world, underline their commitment to democracy in the age of artificial intelligence through anticipatory governance, and they suggest that the nuanced and multidimensional approach should respect both innovation and human rights. Furthermore, they propose that anticipatory capacities should be integrated within parliaments for more effective decision-making. As AI evolves, it could act autonomously to solve novel problems with novel strategies beyond human abilities. In the near future, the participants of the summit supported the view that new initiatives should be initiated, such as the global harmonization of AI standards, anticipatory regulatory mechanism, interdisciplinary collaboration, public involvement and literacy, sustained human rights-based approaches, gender mainstreaming and future generations, and strengthening interparliamentary collaborations. Finally, they called upon the United Nations to spotlight the centrality of anticipation and foresight in parliaments through their main functions, accountability, oversight, both legislative and representative, in addressing the multifaceted challenges and opportunities posed by artificial intelligence. The democratic mandate and future-oriented initiatives of parliaments hold the key to sustainable solutions. They advocated for the creation of a universally shared artificial governance framework when considering the accelerated, powerful, uncertain, and disrupting evolving nature of artificial intelligence. So you see that there is already some statements about the use of artificial intelligence in democratic the democratic work of parliaments, which has been initiated by these 3 parliaments and all the other representatives of parliaments who participated in that conference. It is the second conference of the parliaments for the future that took place. The first was in Finland, the second is this one in Uruguay. And what is actually of greater importance is to see if that foresight work that is accomplished by these committees for the future could be an added value to the foresight work which is accomplished in the frame of governments by foresight institutions, which have been established already in many governments. The director of the Greek Foresight Unit is going to speak about that this afternoon. But it is important to note that these foresight units in the parliament, when they are introduced, could be complementary to the foresight work which is accomplished by the government, and they might have a threefold function. One is they can improve the quality of future-regarded policy making by broadening and consolidating national foresight ecosystem. They can strengthen the transparency and accountability of the foresight work of political executives, and they can enhance the legitimacy of anticipatory governance by connecting broader democratic publics to foresight work through more inclusive participatory progresses. And if you think about it, you can see that these committees for the future, they can raise and stay in the agenda some issues. They have this possibility because of the visibility they enjoy and of the work with the press they can have. They can bring more people to be interested and to give opinions about foresight, about the foresight thinking, and they can actually enhance the public participation into this new dimension of a political act and political action. And one might say that there are three committees for the future in Europe. Okay, that means that they are not actually really needed. But this is one point of view to see that, because on the other hand, we might say that some parliaments have been very, very proactive. Some others are perhaps hesitant, but the issues that we have to deal, especially in relation with artificial intelligence, are of that caliber and of that importance that it is needed to have a political body who deliberates about that apart from the government. Parliaments might have their expert bureaus. They might summon experts to come and talk. This is one thing. It is quite another thing to have members of the parliament who know the mentality of the population of the given society, who know the mentality of the population of the given constituency and represent it in the parliament to make a decision. It is not the same to have a scientific decision and to have a political decision. The political decision is based on the scientific decision, but it is not the same. It might adopt or it might adjust to some of the given truths of the scientific decisions, but what the politicians decide upon is something different. And this is why a parliamentary committee is necessary, because it gives that other object, which is different from the scientific one and different in many cases from the governmental one, because it might incorporate not only the views of the majority, but also it can take into consideration the views of the opposition, the views of minor parties. It might have another function, and this function is important. So I think that in the future we will hear more about the committees for the future. I think it will be for the benefit of all, and I would like to remind you all that also Rome was not built in one day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have a few minutes to discuss various issues. First, I would like to ask Mr. Manuel Miranda, who did a presentation on artificial intelligence parliamentary procedures. It was very interesting to hear about ideology and voting and all these things that I never thought of. But I wanted to know what do you think the ethical safeguards, because we should be talking about ethics, that we should have in place to prevent the misuse of AI in Parliament's work, and to make sure that the application remains unbiased and equitable.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know which is the answer. I think the ethics is like ideology. It's possible to get an ethics in AI. It's not possible. I don't know if it's possible to create an ethical AI, but I'm sure that the key is the traceability and the transparency. we have to create a strong governance system. I think this is the key. The key to get at ethical procedure, ethical safeguards about the AI. I think this is the real and the only way to get a authentic AI use in the parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. It's also very important to make sure that you have the right data to work on the AI. Maria, you talked about the EPRS work, the presentations that you do, the use of AI, the various tools that you're actually testing, because I follow EPRS extremely closely, what you do, especially on the environmental issues that are of my interest. I was wondering, are you going to make these tools public? Is this what you are working on?
So the European Commission and the European Parliament tools that I mentioned, these are not meant to be made public. These are meant for the use of staff. And actually, for instance, the GPT at GRC, so it's not publicly available. You have to request, you have to send a request to be able to use it, and there you have to specify why you want to use it. And well, one of the reasons is also that technically it can't support an indefinite number of users. And well, it was initially aimed for usage in the research among the EU institutions. So yeah.
So what do you think the risks in relying on AI to do our work in Parliament, especially for the quality of the result, and how do we make sure that we don't get biased analysis? Is this something that you have worked on, or you're looking into it? Because everybody is looking to work with AI, and it's always a worry.
Yeah, in my presentation I mentioned a couple of risks, but maybe I talk more now about some others that I didn't talk so much. So for instance, we did receive sometimes either completely incorrect results or results that were almost correct, but there were mistakes in details. And so these results were presented in a very convincing manner. And this is a problem actually, and we see also that the more the result is convincing, and actually even the better the results, the more there is a risk of over-reliance, that we don't see the mistakes in the small details. And well, as regards bias, I think, well, this depends on the data used. So if there is bias in the sources that were used to train the model, then we can see also bias in the end results. And I think that's why we have to be very careful when using it, and we have to check everything. But like I said, in order to be able to check it, we need to know what were the sources. And I mean, there is still some kind of opacity in these tools, because we don't always understand how does this come up with this result. Because you can ask exactly the same question and get completely different results. So if the same person asks at the same moment the same question, you will have different results, and we don't understand completely how this happens. And this is actually, I mean, one of my recommendations would be that try to use different tools and try to ask the same question, so that you are aware that you can have completely different results, and do not rely only on these tools. Because one of the risks is also that this can narrow it can reduce our creativity, and so if we use, for instance, these tools to generate ideas, and if we rely only on these, it can direct us in certain direction, and we are maybe not aware of other directions that we could take. But at the same time, I mean, this is happening also now if we don't use it. If we use, everybody can be we in our brain we don't have we don't. I mean, our brain is limited also, and when we use I don't know, academic databases, we will also maybe consult certain number of articles and not the others. So yeah, I don't think it's just specific to AI.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to address my question now to Mrs. Rosario Rodriguez. You talked about a very interesting thing. That I must say that I am in a Horizon project with an Italian university. We are 15 organizations all around Europe. And we use an AI tool that takes notes. It prepares the minutes of the meeting, and it's very useful to have. And I wish these tools actually become even easier to use and at a lower cost as well. But what do you think is the kind of AI tools that we can use to improve the effectiveness and the responsiveness of our communication with the constituents, and to make sure that we don't violate data privacy and all this?
Thank you. It's a very interesting question and very difficult to answer, because I think the Parliament, what kind of communication do you want to have with constituents, with your constituencies? For instance, do you talk from a parliamentarian point of view? Are politicians talking from their political partisan point of view? Or are they talking just as citizens as well? I mean that maybe parliaments should develop tools, their own tools that can assure the citizens that you are talking to a representative from the parliamentarian work. Or maybe political parties should develop or use some tools that could make them relate the relationship with citizens, knowing that they are talking from a political point of view. Sometimes it is not different for us to distinguish well if you are talking only from the point of view of your political party or your party interest from the party or not from the institution. And it's very important for us because sometimes we perceive, I'm in charge of communications, and one of our main challenges is to gain the commitment of the representatives with the main institution, with the parliament itself. Politicians think from a political perspective only in many cases, and it is true. And you know it. Sorry. And so it is very important to know that. And apart from that, about security, it's very important to know if it would be interesting that those tools, these tools should show different degrees of privacy. Which kind of relationship using AI should be wholly private, which one don't? What do parliaments do, for instance, with those questions or inquiries that are that try to reach politicians? Is it necessary that the whole politician or political groups should know about that? Also, it depends of the kind of the political procedure and the relation that the political system, the electoral system of every country. It's very important to take it into account. I think it's very it's one a field just to explore.
Yeah, I think it's from my experience, because I messed around with AI. I mean, I can imagine, for instance, Cyprus Parliament loading all our data on a server, and having an AI system that even just to look at past history, it will be extremely useful when you release either press releases or you are talking about a new topic, because you access what happened in the past. So this is unique with the
Indeed.
AI, and you cannot do it by just doing a search on the documents.
But even more, for instance, if you're a politician and you have a question or inquiry by a citizen, okay, you cannot remember all the things that you have talked about in a session, but you could have an assistant, your own personal assistant, that could bring better answers to that, to the citizen.
Exactly, yes.
And this is very important, and I don't think it is easy. You can give, well, this is my intervention, all my addresses at the session are catalogued, but it is very difficult to find the exact phrase or word or aspect that you would like to give to your voter. And I would like to just to say something that Maria talked about, but talking about the reliability of AI or AI tools, especially the generative ones, because when you ask, we've already made a lot of press releases using ChatGPT, and then we just asked ChatGPT, did you do this? And she didn't, or it didn't, or he didn't, whatever you wanted to use. No, she didn't know the answer. And the second question we made was, please, could you tell me what sources did you use just to write this? And ChatGPT is a good journalist because she didn't reveal its sources. She didn't know, but they made us a recommendation. Please just search on the website of the Congress of Deputies because you could find the answer for that. Well, that's the way it is now. And that's the reason it is very, very important to know what data and what information the Parliament brings to the units of communication just to make our content. It's very, very important that you can rely on the sources the Parliament bring us to communicate to the public, and the tools that are used just to bring us that information in a very reliable way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Kriari, I must admit I didn't know that we have parliamentary committees for the future. I mean, that was very impressive when I heard you explain all this. And I was wondering, since we are on the topic of parliamentary committees, and especially looking into the future, what do you think, is it the way that we are structured as parliamentary committees now is okay, or what kind of changes do you see coming in order to be able to adapt to the new age with regards to parliamentary work?
Thank you very much. I think that it is obvious that we need more preparation from all sides in order to face these new challenges that are approaching, challenges that will be gigantic if we combine artificial intelligence with other scientific progress. For instance, artificial intelligence and genetics, artificial intelligence and biotechnology, and above all, artificial intelligence and neurotechnology. You need more knowledge. You need to have people who will devote themselves to learning, constantly learning, and who will be also able to hear the echo in the society, because the politicians, the parliaments, give answers to society. They do not give answers to scientific conferences. They do not make reports that will be in books and be part of the bibliography. They will have to make suggestions according to which people will live. So what we need is Either we have special bodies like the ones Committee for the Future, where the elected members of the parliament would devote themselves for 4 years or for 8 years to study these issues and to leave a blueprint, to write some reports. If you see the reports, if you read the reports of the Committee of the Future of the Finnish Parliament, they are really impressive because they have seen what are the needs of the Finnish society in the long term, and they have examined many, many issues. Now they are examining also the issues of artificial intelligence, but from 1993, they have written many reports which deal with future challenges. And there you see that these people devoted their time, their whole 4-year or 8-year term, just to get information and to see how it will apply, to combine the information with the needs of the given society. They know the needs as they are elected representatives. They read about the scientific progress and they go on. Either you have to form these special units or you have to make sub-units in the existing committee, because there are in many parliament committees for scientific development, for science, for progress. So you have to make special sub-units and to have to organize hearings with the respective scientists who will give input, not for issues that will be dealt with in this week, in next week, in this year, but which will be dealt with in the future. And you have to make to have a compendium, then to have a history about all these things, to have records that this year we also studied neurotechnology, what will happen in the future, genetics, what will happen in the future, or agrarian developments, what will happen with the olive plantation, with this and that. You have to, either you make specific units, or you enrich the existing units, the existing committees with sub-units which will be devoted to these issues, and which happens in some ways, not only with the units about technology assessment, but also with the units that are working under the parliamentary committees about research, about science, with these possibilities.
I found that it's even useful for simple stuff. We were having coffee in the outside in the canteen with members of the education committee, and we were discussing about the facilities that you need to have in a school that is working all day from early in the morning until late in the afternoon. And we asked ChatGPT, what should the facilities of a school be that is running all day programs from early in the morning until late in the afternoon? And ChatGPT is fantastic in giving you lists. Do this and do that. And this kind of list, it's easy to understand, and you can tell if it's wrong or not. It's because it's simple stuff, but it saves you a lot of time to actually even have this list.
Yes, of course.
It's something that we need to see how we can take advantage of that in parliamentary work, especially in the committees.
Yes, you can use all the possibilities that artificial intelligence gives you, but one should not forget that these are data and people need answers. Answers are based on data, but they are not synonymous with data. Answers needed the added value of the political work, how the members of the parliament perceive that the given society can use this data and form an answer. And this is difficult.
Thank you. We have, yes, you want to ask a question?
Thank you very much. So my name is Stephanie Loleshailu. I'm a professor of European Law and Reform here in Cyprus, and I'm also the director of the Jean Monnet Center of Excellence on the Rule of Law and European Values. So I wanted to come back to a few points and then open the discussion for the national parliaments and the European Parliament. First of all, regarding public ethics, there are a number of EU-funded projects, whether they are Horizon Europe and others, that insist on the need for ethics by design in AI technology. including specifically on what you are talking about. So we can maybe perhaps discuss this later. Ethics by design basically maximizes the sustainable role and use of rights from the end user's perspective and not just from the decision maker's perspective or the deployer of the technology's perspective. So it's time to go back to the rights of the end users. And on that note, I would like to mention that there are a number of Council of Europe tools that can be used to do exactly what you were talking about now, but with the input of the constituents that you have been talking about. So these are tools of participatory democracy. They're slightly different from what we've been discussing today, but they are useful to build AI technologies, democratic technologies, for the future. So I just wanted to bring, and it's possible to train people, by the way, on the use of those tools of participatory democracy. We did some trainings in Cyprus last year with the Council of Europe, and this is something that could be repeated for MPs, for example. So that's the first thing. But then I wanted to come back to what we have been discussing since the beginning, since this morning, which has to do with whether we should be having this discussion around new rights. And I know that it was already referred to by Mr. Bartholin, for example, that the Framework Convention does not entail new rights. But I wanted to say, when we mean new rights, we don't necessarily mean, newly defined rights, but we may actually also think about upgrading existing rights, enhancing existing rights, generalizing existing rights. For example, going from the data subjects' rights to citizens' rights or users' rights to a broader category of users and of beneficiaries. And I would like to give you a couple of examples, and this is food for thought for national parliaments as well as European parliaments, whether this is the European Parliament or PACE. The first one is the right not to be manipulated, which is part of the right to information, one could say, but the right to information is actually so broad. Maybe it's time to look at it within the context of AI, and also to look at the meaning of democratic values via that right not to be manipulated. Another one that I'm working on is the right to be neutrally informed, particularly online. So we spoke a lot about responsible AI, but we haven't really spoken about misinformation or disinformation that is running currently the political campaign in the US, for example. And the third one that I'd like to mention that is obviously relevant to what the last speaker was talking about, which is AI and health, is the right to meaningful human contact. So this is around being human-centered, but what it really means. So these are only 3 of the potential new, in inverted comma, rights that can be derived from existing instruments such as the Convention or the EU Charter, and can be worked on at the national level and at the European level via the use of participatory democratic tools. This is my suggestion to you. So no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody from the participants, you want to respond, or shall we take? Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, there is this possibility to reshape the content of the existing rights, and not only that, to add the visibility, the accountability, the fact that you have to trace what is behind the AI in the black box. All these are new interpretations of existing rights. I fully agree with you, and these are in many international documents, also in UNESCO and in the Council of Europe. We don't talk of new rights only in the case of neurotechnology. Perhaps there is a new right in perspective, but in the other cases we mean of a reinterpretation of the existing rights, and we have to see how we should adopt them so as to be actually valid in the case of artificial intelligence. How the citizen should be more robust in the exercise of his rights by reinterpreting them and giving them a new meaning according to the new challenges and to the new threats.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. My name is Euripides Evriviadis. First of all, congratulations to all the organizers for such a forward-looking event. It's fantastic. One comment and a quick and a question, I'll sit down. The problem that I see, it's almost an existential issue because AI has managed to tap the very basic aspect of democracy, which is communication. ChatGPT, which is still in baby form, and algorithms and social media are also part of AI, but they're in baby form. So they have managed to tap the DNA of our own existence. Now, some people have called artificial intelligence alien intelligence, not because it's coming out of planet Zircon, but because for the first time, humanity has managed to create something that thinks for itself. We never had that happening before. In a sense, it's more dangerous than nuclear weapons because nuclear weapons were used, rightly or wrongly, by a human being. Somebody now can create AI in their own basement, and obviously what is good today is bad tomorrow, is weaponized by those that want to do us harm. AI has been used wrongly in the wars in Gaza, in Ukraine, an issue that affects every parliament because it has to do with war and peace. And you have people like Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of deep learning, together with other 80 scientists that say, listen, stop. We have to freeze because we don't really know how this thing decides. We have created a monster and we don't know how it decides and the genie is out of the bottle. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a side speaker. So the question is, to anyone that cares to answer it, including the distinguished representative from the Council of Europe, has the Framework Convention and all the things that we have legislated good enough to really meet these challenges? Can they keep up pace with technology, which by the time you legislate something, it's overtaken by events? Do we need to revisit sovereignty? Do we need to revisit and bring the companies in, which are actually the ones that are really driving the debate? You have a handful of companies that are driving the debate. Nobody else. We're on the sidelines. So is it good enough, or do we bring also the technology companies in and make them part of the problem, but also part of the solution? Because the negative sides, you mentioned about the positive sides, and and I'm surprised that you've been using AI so much, knowing how harm it does to the environment. That's another issue, how AI works with weather. But anyway, I'm joking now. I'm provoking you. So thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a blabbermouth.
Anybody from the speakers want to respond? Yes.
Yes, about democratic values. I agree, of course. But I have a question. Who decide what are the democratic values? What happened with the illiberal democratic system? I have not answered. I agree. Of course, Council of Europe. I am the secretary of the Spanish delegation in the Assembly Parliamentary in the Council of Europe. I know what kind of problem there are there. A lot of problem between national delegation, between the Committee of Ministers, Assembly, Secretary General. Who decides? The question is, who decides? That's the same question that the ethics or ethical safeguard. I would like to have an answer, but sorry, I haven't got an answer, and maybe so. Anybody has an answer about it? Yes, but a means or as an end? That's, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to add something quickly, yes?
if you want. I mean, I only mentioned legally binding instruments within Europe that obviously enshrine these European values. There is a spectrum of democratic values in Europe. This is clear, but it doesn't really affect the fact that there needs to be a decision-making process, right? Based on those shared values on which, European integration projects are founded. So I think this is the basis. So if we start questioning that basis, we won't go very far. But I wanted to add to the point of the industry, the tools of the Council of Europe on participatory democracy. The first step of those tools is to identify who your stakeholders are. And obviously, we have already identified that it is the citizens and the politicians through the houses of representatives or the parliaments, but it's for sure that the technological side of things needs also to be strongly represented in the exercise of this participatory democracy. So the first exercise is to identify who the stakeholders are. And there are processes to help us to do that, exactly this. And this is another answer to what you're saying.
Yes, you wanted to respond? Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor again. First of all, to the reply to the ambassador, I would like to say that this was something that was very much of a concern for us. We did not want to create a treaty that would have to be renegotiated every 2 years. Because it had to keep up with the technological developments. So we rather tried to formulate some more broader general principles that would apply in any case, and hopefully also in 10, 15, maybe 50 years. This should be the same approach to it, even though the technology itself may change. So we may have to change down the road the definition of an AI system, but we would not have to change the approach to how we deal with it. That would be my best comment, but you are right. It is a race against time and technology, and we need to be very alert of it. And there I would really appeal also to the parliamentarians, because it's up to you to fill in on the basis of these international agreements. How do you want to see that fleshed out in reality in your own states, in your jurisdictions where you deal with it? On the issue of ethics, we talk a lot about ethics and AI, but the reality is that it's a little bit, in my view, a little bit of a red herring, because it's not the ethics is not related to the technology. The ethics is with us, the users. What we need to do with the technology is rather to put in place the necessary guardrails, if you like, and they need to be more than ethics. I have the greatest respect for all the work that has been done, for instance, in UNESCO with the recommendation on ethics. But at the end of the day, can you go to court with this? No. You need something that is actually protecting your rights and setting out the obligations also for the state towards its citizens and, of course, anyone who is using these AI systems, private entities included. And on the last thing I will say, and then I will promise you I will stop trying to monopolize the floor, but I think it's important that we bear in mind that artificial intelligence is a little bit of a misnomer. It's not intelligent. It's an algorithm. It's a bit like a very specialized, all-knowing actuarian, but it's not that really tries to predict on the basis of calculations what would be the right answer. It's also something, and this is why we like it as humans, because we are like that, it very often tells us what we want to hear. And that's perhaps where we need to have the critical distance to it, to say, is this the answer I want to hear, or is this the answer that really informs me? And I think that's perhaps in a way what you also need to bear in mind, not knowing where the sources come from. I mean, this is the way it is. We had a lot of discussions about whether one should use Wikipedia, for instance, some years ago. Now, this is Wikipedia on steroids. You don't know where the information comes from. If the data sets are polluted or they are not biased, etc., etc., you simply don't know. And that's where we need the guardrails, as I said. And this is much more than an ethical discussion. It's something really very fundamental about whether we want to be informed or misinformed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations for the very thought-provoking, forward-thinking panel. Kyriakos Kokkinos, a Hubble technologist. Very simply, the role of this session was the impact of AI on parliamentary procedures. I erased the word procedures and I would replace it with role. The impact of AI on parliamentary role. What is the role of the parliaments? Why I say that? In an AI-driven society, AI-enabled economy, the role of nations and parliaments, subsequently parliaments, is changing because the power on the driver's seat, it's 5 companies in the world that are in control of AI. I know it's a big topic, but I believe that this could be potentially a panel discussion for your next organization. So I don't care. I'm not so much interested how AI is used in the procedures of the parliament. I'm coming from the private sector. I've been a minister in the past. Everyone is using, in a responsible way, I hope, AI. But the question is, how do our national or European or global democracy is protected when so much power is in the hands of 5 private companies, and there is an AI war between China and the United States, and Europe is squeezed in the middle. And the other aspect that I would like to bring to attention, we're talking about responsible AI, ethical AI, etc. AI is not a technological phenomenon. The only way to properly use AI, I believe, is to bring into the equation and recalibrate on how AI and also our research and investments should be, bring in the social sciences, sociology, psychology, philosophy into the design and the policy making as well of AI-enabled solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have many speakers, yes. The lady and the gentleman. And we have to close and we'll give you the floor.
Hi, I had a question that I guess involves everything. Knowing from my own children, kids today are being taught how to properly use AI to get the most efficient result, and in terms of research mainly. So I would assume that in a few years, AI, the use of AI, generative AI, will become an art form. So people will be really good at it and other people will be less good at it. But today, we have no way of controlling or knowing who is using AI for their work. And that would include MPs, staff members, but also people in all sorts of different professions, mainly graphic design maybe, or it doesn't matter. But we don't know, neither do we have any form of control toward knowing what is AI generated and what is actually individually created. And in these cases also, I would like to also ask in terms of accountability, in terms of any major mistakes or who is accountable for this type of work, since there's no one actually checking if something that we read, mainly in the press or speeches or even legislation, is AI generated or not.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In actual fact, the first part that you actually mentioned, prompt engineering is one of the new traits that's coming up because one of the best skills to have in order to use AI effectively is how to put the right question and actually devote enough text and write the words of the question in a format that would give you the best answer that you're looking for. And we have one more.
Yeah, hi, my name is Zach. I'm a professor of AI in Neapolis University, Paphos, and I promise I'll be short. So my concern goes to, I would argue that all these ethical dilemmas that have been mentioned in the past like 5 or 10 minutes were actually already there. And like to circle back to the coordinator's introduction, I'm really curious, and my question goes to you, Mr. Theopemptou. Like, do you feel that you would actually drive your car, say it wasn't an autonomous vehicle, right? Would you like manually drive your car off a cliff in order to save those 4 pedestrians? And if I want to like overcomplicate the problem for the model, right? Say that you are like a Nobel Prize winner and they'd be, I don't know, convicted serial killers. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that complexities of the environment are always going to be there, and we need these tools, and I keep referring to these things as tools because we should be looking at them as tools, right? So I don't know, I would like your view on that. I believe that, you know, these ethical considerations are there, but on the other hand, we should understand these tools and make sure that, you know, we are making the most of them. We don't, you know, miss the forest over the trees. So yeah, that's my view on things. Thanks.
Well, it's the use and the abuse. On the use, you realize the ethics are there. I don't know the right answer to that. But if I was driving the car, I will hit the mountain on the side rather than go. Yeah. But the abuse, you know the stories, let me rephrase this. To me, what is scary about AI is how you can use it to kill people, or in other words, use it for military purposes. It's very scary. Combine this with face recognition, and you can selectively kill people without anyone finding out who actually did this. Or imagine having a self-driven car that can actually be hacked by the manufacturer, and if they don't like you anymore, they throw you off the hill. So killing people is, to me, the scariest part of all this. And I will take one last question, and then I will give the floor to the panel. Anybody wants to? Yes, we have a question there.
Thank you very much, Martino Revertera from the Austrian Parliamentary Administration. Very fast and short question, no statement. I would like to ask how to preserve the committees for the future over the 4 years of the Parliament. That's the normal term, I think. And also on establishing new rights, how to balance those rights. I think you gave the examples of not being manipulated with the freedom of speech, for example. I think that's a very fundamental question. Thank you very much.
Okay. We will actually, I will give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Well, it is an overwhelming bundle of questions. I am not sure that I can address them all. As a lawyer, I would remind you of the old story that once upon a time, a very poor German had a dispute with the Kaiser of Germany, and at the end he said, well, there are judges in Berlin. So I think that we should actually have in mind that there is a power which judge ultimately every issue, and also the issues that will come about artificial intelligence. For some days ago, we heard that Google had to pay a huge fine because it did not pay the taxes it should pay to the Irish government. So I am sure that we will come to a point where we will not have only declarations, recommendations, we will have conventions. And if we have conventions, as it was with the Convention on Human Rights of the Council of Europe in the 50s, where the decisions come today, and we have a bulk of decisions about human rights, we will have also conventions about artificial intelligence, and there we will have also foreseen penalties, we will have the outcomes, and it might not come today, might come tomorrow, but I believe that it is to come. And there we will see also if new rights will be formulated by jurisprudence. because we might not have the need to formulate new rights in conventions, but the jurisprudence will give the new meaning that we are certain that has to be added to what we perceive as human rights today, which were conceived when there was no artificial intelligence inside. So I am confident that the whole realm will not be left unregulated. It will be regulated, perhaps with some delay, but it will be regulated. And as far as about your question about the committees for the future, well, you have a personnel for about, let's say, 4 years or 10 years. Then you have a renovation. You have to bring new people who will read what has been written in the past and will proceed. They will give their own added value. You cannot have the same people serve 40 years in the parliament and be members of the committee for the future. After all, the future goes, but it's much faster than the age of a person, of a given individual. So you have to bring new people who will be informed how to proceed to that kind of research and to that kind of law drafting. And I think this is also what happens with the Committee of the Future from Finland. They don't have the same personnel from 1993. They bring new people inside. So I think that this is what is going to happen. And I believe that although today it seems a bit hopeless as far as the arms are concerned, I think that we will have also, as we had a deal about nuclear arms, we have also a deal in the near future about arms that will be working with artificial intelligence. I think that it is to come. It will not come exactly tomorrow, but it will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody from the panel? You want to add something?
Yes.
And then we
briefly,
close the session.
I'd like to insist in terms of accountability, because talking about the potential perils of that could bring AI in the world, it is very important to take into account that parliaments must be more and more concerned about the possibilities of fighting against these perils. And in terms of information, fighting against fake news and misinformation, disinformation, and every kind, all kind of information that isn't the good one. And I don't know your name. I'm very sorry. No, you're in charge of Lele. It's very important what you're talking about, because it's very difficult to distinguish which kind of information is or isn't made with artificial intelligence. There is a professor and an expert on this issue, and I've already read in the news that great companies are searching for marks that could make AI distinguish what is made or not made by AI. But also, though this news would say that humans, people easily could beat this kind of possibility. And I would like to know your point of view about this.
But then on the other hand, if I need to be honest, I've given a couple of talks to even to some national contact points and EU Horizon project reviewers and stuff. And the truth is, it is kind of out of our hands. So I believe we shouldn't be focusing on realizing whether an AI tool has been used per se. What I do personally, and I'm not like claiming to be the expert on the matter, I personally allow my students to use these tools, even in the creation of code, because I feel that the world is changing. And parliaments, like any other organization out there, should stay alert, obviously. I remember someone talking about being anticipative and reactive to things. And I feel that most importantly, they should be scanning let's say, the business environment, not just for problems, but mainly for opportunities, because I feel that the greatest danger of AI at this point, and by the way, it's not at that point where it self-thinks or self-trains, at least yet, right? So, and this is why we need to rush. We need to have, constraints in place and make sure that, okay, we unavoidably will transfer some of our human biases when we train these things. But on the other hand, we shouldn't be focusing on, whether people are getting away with using those tools, because again, these are tools, right? We're not looking whether someone cheated to be used, some kind of spreadsheet or Photoshop when they created an image, right? So on one hand, we need to place strict constraints, but on the other, we need to loosen up and see whether these machines can actually help us, build stuff. So equally important. Yeah, thanks.
Mind you, writing code, if I had a tool like that, because I'm messing around with Python now, if I had a tool like that 20 or 30 years ago, I would be a billionaire now. Yeah. Mr. Miranda.
Yes,
for a closing back.
A very short answer. I think the first step is a binding convention or binding legal framework, but it's not the last one. Maybe, my point of view, the last one, that's the question. What's happened with the big companies? What's happened with the binding convention between big companies? I think is I hope the last step in all generative AI. Thank you.
Thank you. And Maria, for the closing statement.
I'm pragmatic, so I would say that despite all the risks related to AI, I don't think we can stop it. People are using these tools, are publicly available, so I don't see an end to this. So I think the things that we can do now, we have already some binding rules. For instance, we have the AI Act, so now we have to implement it, so we can focus on that. And as regards practical application, for instance, in EPRS, then I think the next step is now to train and inform staff on how to use it ethically, what kind of disclaimer to put, what kind of usage you can do, what you shouldn't do, by giving concrete examples. So this is something I think we should focus on.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your valuable contributions. And this is the end of our session. Thank you.
I know it's a tough hour just after the lunch to have a focus on this, but Yiorgos prepared a very well, presentation. When we built up this schedule, we tried to have an equilibrium and balance. That's why we have panels, transitional speech, presentations, etc. And thank you very much, Yiorgos and Petros, for prepare this. So Yiorgos Chrysanthou is the General Director of Science, the Center of Excellence, and its topic is AI and user interaction. Yiorgos?
I'm not sure if it's a well-prepared presentation, but anyway, I'll do my best. It's a pleasure to be here at this very interesting and timely event, I would say. Due to my background, I cannot really talk about legislation and democracy. I will just talk about the technology, and I will show the technology, its potential, and some of the uses that, some of the examples we're doing at our Center of Excellence here in Cyprus as a way maybe to encourage more discussion. So we have all seen examples of different technologies such as deep fakes, either for videos like what we see here, or for images. Can we turn it down a bit? Not completely, a little bit. And also technologies that due to the vast amount of data that are available out there, they can, even personal data, they can stage personalized, targeted campaigns to change the, to affect the democracy. So this is just an example of technologies where it allows people to show people saying things that they have never said. Okay, so obviously AI is not just for deepfakes and misinformation. It has a wide range of applications in almost everyday life. So I will just show one slide with a few applications we're doing at Science, just as an example. The Beehive project is an AI-assisted monitoring for bee activity and health and productivity. Some applications in the hospitals, this specific one in the ICU unit for monitoring and predicting sepsis. Computer vision techniques for fire detection. Systems for managing poultry farm intelligence and managing and monitoring. And also several of our startups are using AI for their products, either for sports. We have a startup on improving cycling performance using sensors. We have another startup for detecting garbage to help the government and the municipalities clear our environment faster. And the last one there is helping healthcare professionals with rehabilitation. So going back to these technologies for deep fakes, yeah? So, I mean, we can see that this is actually a very useful technology if it's employed correctly. For example, here, I can show you a couple of examples where we're using these techniques to actually engage with people and educate people in topics that are a little bit maybe more boring or more difficult. So here we see two statutes. I don't know if anyone recognizes them. They're from the Statue of Liberty in Nicosia. And we bring them to life so that they tell their stories in a more engaging way. And this is the second statue. This is actually an exhibition that is running now at the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Center. There on the right, on your right, we can see another museum exhibition which immerses people into the history of the Lydra Palace Hotel at the last days before the invasion. This project here is probably more interesting. Here, we're not just trying to show people and educate people, but we're trying to enable people to come up with their suggestions and visualize them in a way so that they can judge and compare. So here, we are immersing people into the buffer zone of Nicosia. This is a part of Nicosia that has been inaccessible since the 60s. So people can walk through, they can explore, interact, and in the second phase, which has not finished yet, but we're working on it, they will be able to suggest how they want to see it restored or what to happen to it. And then with AI generative models, you'll be able to see it and compare and judge. This is also an interesting example where, again, it can be used to educate people to take informed decisions. So here, this is a large European project, actually, which shows an AR augmented reality AI agent that is trained using a large language model. But actually, we retrain the agent using a specific topic that we want to teach. So the agent automatically creates the slides and explains the main points to the students, but it also it has an interactive phase where the student can ask questions and get simplified answers to understand the issues. So, for example, if you're talking about a political debate with very complex issues, you can train it with both sides of the argument and let the agent explain it in a way to the public to understand individually. Each one can ask their own questions and get both views. Okay, I'll skip this. And of course, we need to make sure that we are inclusive and all our technologies and all the information is accessible to all our citizens. So again, AI can be used to provide this information. Here on the left, we see an AI system for visually impaired, where it scans and tries to understand the environment and explain things. Or we can use for people with physical impairments. They can be immersed in a space, either a shared space for a debate, to view things, and so on. This gets closer to, oops. This gets closer to the deep fakes. This is, on the top left, is one of our senior researchers who is in real time guiding the virtual agent with its face. But actually, what I want to show, that's just a nice video. What I want to show is the one on the right, which is a scan of myself. And at the bottom, it's my avatar translating what I say in sign language. So again, it's a matter of accessibility to a wider audience. Of course, we all know that all these AI systems, especially the machine learning systems, have inherent bias in them. Quite often, this bias comes from the data we use to train the system. Even if we use the whole information on the internet, again, there is bias which will show up in the results or even sometimes enhanced by the results, because, of course, the internet is not necessarily a balanced world. So just to give you a very simplified example, maybe this is not the best, but it's easy to explain. A few years ago, if you asked for a Google image of a doctor, you would see the standard male, white male person. Now you get a much more varied result. And this is not a result of the algorithms or whatever being fixed. It's just a manual tuning and forcing it to behave in a certain way. So we know that, actually I won't go into the other examples, we know that fixing this bias is not easy. So at least what we can do, what we're trying to do at Science along with the Open University, is we create a system which can judge when you have an AI module if it has bias. So it can guide the people who are developing the final applications to know what the results will be, if it will be something that people need to take care. Sometimes the bias is not because of the training, but it's because of intended algorithmic, the algorithms. For example, sometimes companies want to help the user by showing them what they think the user wants to see or will be more helped. So just again, to give you a very simplified example, if you search for Cyprus in Greek, now you get things like this, which includes Greek flags, δεν ξεχνώ, Turkish occupation, and all sorts of things. If you look for Cyprus in Turkish, the same browser, I did this yesterday on my browser, you get references to the Turkish Republic of Cyprus, their flags, and all sorts of other things. If you look for it in English, you get mostly, actually you get a couple of maps as well, but you get mostly about sites. And okay, someone can argue, fair enough, if you're looking in English, you're probably a tourist, this is to help people. But actually this happens also in our social media, and that's not so innocent, because in our social media it creates this, what we call the filter bubbles, where it shows you, it understands what your views and what you want to see. So essentially, it shows you things that are similar to what you want to hear, and it reinforces your opinion, and essentially it creates a polarized world, which is not the best thing for democracy. So again, at Science, along with the Open University, we're creating some software to educate the young about these filter bubbles. I mean, we cannot change them, maybe legislation can do, but at least what we can do is try to create things to educate people, to know what they are and take care. So to conclude, of course, technology is advancing very fast, we all know it, and there's nothing we can do, I believe. I mean, we cannot really stop it or even slow it down. In fact, if anything, if we look at what technologies are coming soon, we will see, for example, here, they say the next generation of AR glasses will be looking like normal glasses, so you don't need your phone anymore, you have your glasses on your head all day, and you're immersed in information and augmented reality worlds all the time, interacting with it in a natural way. So things are going in a direction that we have to live with the technology. I mean, it's difficult to avoid it. And LLMs, large language models, and generative models are improving further. Here, as a side note, we are developing with a team here Cypriot LLM for the Cypriot dialect. So even those systems that can generate human-like text and multimodal content can pose significant challenges for democracy. I mean, I would argue, as a technologist, that actually, if they're used in a proper way, if they're regulated, they can offer opportunities to educate and learn from the citizens, strengthen public discourse, help people to find common ground, and in certain ways, maybe help democracies work better. Thank you very much. We don't have questions, right?
Thank you, Yiorgos, for your presentation. It was so informative. So the second part of this intersession, let's say, is a truly interesting intervention by our two Austrian colleagues, Dr. Christoph Konrath, Head of Department, Research and Support in Parliamentary Matters, European Center for Parliamentary Research and Documentation Coordinator, Parliamentary Practice and Procedure, Parliamentary Administration, has to delivering a joint speech prepared by himself and Dr. Romana Lazarstoffen. Unfortunately, Dr. Lazarstoffen didn't make it to be with us. Dr. Romana is Head of Department of Information Service, Chief Data Officer, Parliamentary Administration. So Dr. Konrath is going to deliver their joint speech. Christoph?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Romana Lanzersdorfer and I are in the team that works on the digital transformation of the Austrian Parliament. We have already heard a lot about practical challenges and difficulties. We have also talked about technology and ethics in the morning, and I will now take a closer look at the people who do and introduce our approach in the Austrian parliaments. All of us in this room know what is needed to run a parliament and to uphold the mechanisms of democracy. But few of us, I think, reflect this role, and this is on rare occasions that they find peers to exchange and time to talk about it. Political science has only recently started to acknowledge parliamentary administrations and staff, and like legal science, it holds to a large degree to the view that politicians are sole agents, sort of as if parliaments were just made up by 200 people or 100 people or 400 people and not more. Parliamentary staff itself sees itself as a stable anchor, and the purpose is mostly to maintain, provide, and manage what is going on in Parliament, keep up with developments and steer through changing times. And parliamentary administrators are often expected to be slow adapters. Of course, they see, and a lot of them worry about what is going on, but a lot of the people say, we have already seen a lot. So we will also master AI and all the challenges that come with it. The Austrian Parliament used to be a web pioneer and digitized at a very early stage, but it only started to digitalize very lately. And some of the first lessons that we have learned in this process of digitalization I want to present now, and some of the programs that we are developing. And a very important thing is that we start with the basics and reflect our own role and purpose in a society that is already digital. Since November 2022, everyone knows about AI, and a lot of people are extremely fast to adapt and use AI tools and join debates about AI and the prospects for humanity. Talking about AI and data literacy can thus seem to be superfluous. Still, we have to, legally, because of the AI Act, and we need to, institutionally and ethically, and also from an epistemological point of view, become AI literate in Parliament. Okay. Sorry, I was just, my presentation was a bit different. Anyway, I don't know if you have read Franz Kafka's novel, The Trial. It can be interpreted in many ways, but there are a lot of hints that this is about the modern state and its administration, seeking and looking for information and orientation, encountering paradoxing, constantly changing spaces for action, contingencies, and not knowing about purpose and sense. We hold that parliamentary liberal democracy should be different, and most of us, I presume, hold that people shall be able to act autonomously. That depends on honest support. And the one support that parliaments give is data. But data is, and this is something that we encountered in the programs that we started, often seen as databases. So people don't have a concept of data. They have been working with databases for long. And people are confronted with a lot of data, and it's very difficult for them to find out what is valuable data. And parliamentary data in particular is extremely valuable today. Speech to text, translation programs, everything is based on the use of parliamentary data, and because it is reliable and authenticated. So this is the first thing, is we talk with people about and colleagues about what is data, and we have established a very big data governance process. And when we use data, we have an institutional responsibility, and it's important that people know that their data is valuable. And another important thing is that they see how the data is used. In that way, we organize, for instance, exchanges with academics who use the data and see what can be done. And we have to do this in a responsible way and find out what it means, what responsibility we do have for society, but also what responsibility we do have for the development of new applications. I don't know if you have seen this film or remember this film. Gene Hackman is here as Harry Cole in The Conversation, a film from 1974. He was driven mad by questions about responsibility and technology. And he listens to some sequences for hours to find out in what he's got. AI can do that task now in seconds. Still, the slow development of this film can lead us to the core questions for AI literacy in general. First is, technology is not neutral. You may be familiar with this, but a lot of people aren't. And it takes examples like such a film to talk about why technology is political and how technology, also technocracy, and ideas and wishes for human development interrelate. Second thing is that is often very new when we talk about this, that democracy is material. Democracy is not just an idea. Democracy relies on a lot of things. When we are here in Cyprus, and you call the island of Aphrodite and are proud of your ancient knowledge, then you can remember how democracy was material in ancient times, where people used little stones and balls and things. So, and this materiality is also here today, but it's in a very different way. And still, when people who work in parliament will just know about ideas and rules, but not about the materiality and the technicality of democracy. And the third thing is data, and I come back to this idea of data, as social facts today. Data is valuable, data is capitalized, our data is used for a lot of purposes, and the way we use data brings us to a lot of questions that we normally don't discuss in parliaments. So how do we go on? We start, as you have already seen, at the cultural level. Digital culture that has a meme or a visual reference at hand. Therefore, I started with the memes or with the reference to films. This is what people know. And we start with the immersiveness of digital culture. You can also talk about computer games, where people immerse themselves in their sort of spare time, or even at work. The pervasiveness and the environmentality of the digital. Of course, we do not use that kind of difficult phenomenological language. But the important thing is that technology are there, and people are used to use a lot of things, and they don't realize that they are doing so, that they already do, because people cease to be aware of technology. This is something that has been discussed in philosophy since the 1950s, since the 1960s, when you know about tacit knowledge, implicit knowledge. And this is what happens with technology. And so the thing is that we do is to make aware of what we are using and how we use this in everyday life. And everyday life means real everyday life and not work life. And this is different because people start to think differently about what they are already using, what they are doing. And then it's the difficult question that we had already in the morning when you have guidelines. People start to ask, why do we need guidelines? Because I've been doing this for 2 years now. You know what all the things that I did with ChatGPT and all these pictures that I created. And our aims are to become reflective and act responsibly. And this is the most challenging task. I hope you all can sort of read this, what is under the cartoon. It says, this is a law library, and it says ethics. It's a little comic book at the end there. This is extremely important because people who work in parliaments are in a very strong institutional tradition. They work with law and they transfer a lot of responsibility to law and lawyers. The assumption is that lawyers have a question to everything, and it also applies to parliamentary research, because for a very long time the question has been, how is this regulated anywhere? How is it regulated? And the same is when people go to the IT people, because they are also thinking often in very normative ways. And now we are confronted with a new situation because a lot of regulations are not there, and we have to think about this. And people sort of are asked to think about ethics suddenly, where they have never talked about any ethical question. Maybe someone had philosophy in the gymnasium, in the high school, but this might have been just for 1 year or so. But at the same time, there is, when you remember one of the first slides, a legal obligation to do so, to become literate, to know about these ethical questions. And there is this, as I said, the lack of practice, the lack of space, and the demands of time. And also a lot of examples from politicians say, why do you care about this? We are already doing this. This is the new norm. And this is the thing that we aim to do now with workshops, and not just sort of initial workshops, but sort of keeping people in the loop and doing this every 2 months, every 3 months, to become sort of, to have circles of exchange, practical reflection, to know what you're doing, sort of to avoid the automation bias, that just you believe in the machine. And to be reflective about what you do and how you do this, and also how this is reflected in the practice of politicians, of society. And the other thing that is this task is to be responsible. We hear a lot about responsibility, but this means also that when we implement AI systems, but just when we become a digital parliament, it means a lot of organizational change. And you cannot just sort of ask the lawyers every time, or you cannot go to superiors. People have to be enabled to do this in their everyday work and to know what responsibility means. But we come also responsible for democracy. And this is the second challenge, is sort of, what are we for as civil servants? And are we trustees for democracy? And are we agents for democracy and agents of change? And this is what we are working on, and it's tough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christoph, for your speech. I now kindly ask my dearest colleague, Mr. Hadjivasiliou Leventis, coordinator for the second panel discussion, to have his seat, as well as the colleagues who are taking part, Mr. Marios Polycarpou, Mr. Yiannis Mastrogeorgiou, Ms. Kristiina Krause, and Mr. Giovanni Rizzoni. Marios Polycarpou is a professor of electrical and computer engineering, University of Cyprus, and the chairman of the board of KIOS Research and Innovation Center of Excellence, member of Cyprus Academy of Science, Letters and Arts. Mr. Yiannis Mastrogeorgiou is a special secretary of Strategic Foresight, Presidency of the Greek government. Ms. Kristiina Krause, EU Affairs Committee advisor and specialized in digital topics such as AI. And last, Mr. Giovanni Rizzoni, head of the Interparliamentary Cooperation and Capacity Building Unit from the Italian Chambers of Deputies. Second panel focuses on whether the AI challenges the governance.
I'm giving you some food for thought. If the coordinator of a session in a conference about AI and democracy is not able even to switch on the microphone. Well, I remember in our first two conferences, there was a kind of formality. We're getting to know each other. I think now we all feel that we are among friends and old collaborators. I'm really very glad. And let's start immediately our session, first with Professor Polycarpou, who's going to talk to us about cyber-physical security in the era of artificial intelligence. Please.
Correctly so. Deserve it. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and also congratulate them for the excellent organization. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's a very timely topic. I'm a professor at the University of Cyprus and also with the KIOS Center of Excellence. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we are doing in this area and from the technology viewpoint. But I should, it's like I should say that, I have been working in the area of neural networks and AI for 35 years. I started with my PhD in 1989. And for the first 30 years, nobody cared about what we were doing. All of a sudden, the last 5 years, everybody cares what we're doing. So but in talking with many people, with many people that work in this area, and we see some of the responses. there is concern even among experts in the area of AI that, unlike other areas where the universities are kind of ahead, in the area of AI, the industry has gotten ahead. And the main reason is not because universities are not as creative as they used to be, but mainly because the industry has two key components that universities don't have. One is data, and they have lots of it. And the other ones, they have the computational power to run some of these algorithms that we're using today. Having said this as an introduction, let me just start by saying a lot of the things that we are doing is motivated by where the data comes. So for a lot of the things that we talked about today, the data comes from entities that don't have their own behavior. For example, in predicting prices of housing, large language models, handwritten character recognition, and things like this. So these are entities that they don't really have their own behavior. However, there's another class of applications, and this is the class that I'm going to be focusing on. And it's actually a very important class because a lot of the things that we are seeing now, they're going to get multiplied to a larger extent when they become even more ubiquitous in these applications that I'm talking about here. And this is data that is collected from cyber-physical systems that have their own dynamic behavior. Like, for example, think about mobile robots, think about automation in chemical processes, operation of energy systems, smart water systems. So you have the AI sitting on top of something that has a certain behavior its own, and it's not just, it can actually move, it can actually explode, it can actually do different things. So things become even more critical, and this is a lot of the things, this is where they are heading. So this is, why do I talk about the cyber-physical world and not the physical world? Because a lot of the cyber world is energy systems, water systems, and so on. They are not only physical anymore. There's a certain cyber component in terms of sensors, in terms of actuators, in terms of data that is actually not only we have water flowing and energy flowing, but we also have data through sensors and so on. So the cyber-physical world is very complex and getting more complex. It's very interconnected and interdependent. It's embedded software and hardware, and also there's a trend towards more automation. So humans are out of the loop, so more automated and more autonomy. And let me give you some examples. What do I mean by cyber-physical system or the cyber-physical world? So, for example, smart energy systems. So this is things that we use every day. Urban water distribution systems. So it used to be just pipes and tanks and things like that. Now they are, we have a lot of sensors, we have a lot of actuators, a lot of things that can actually take information and affect the system in an automated way. Cooperative robots, air, ground, when we say robots, think about autonomous cars is a robot, or drones, or underwater vehicles, not just robots in the traditional sense. Intelligent transportation, that's another area where there's a lot of cars that can actually communicate with each other, smart buildings, chemical plants. So all these are examples of the cyber-physical world which AI is affecting in a major way. And so this cyber-physical world, it has all the characteristics that we said before, but it's a very exciting world, but it's also a bit scary, because if you do something that doesn't work, if ChatGPT tells you the wrong answer, it could affect your decisions, but it's nothing major is going to happen in the world. But when an automated system that is operated by these intelligent algorithms, if something was to go wrong, or if something was maliciously attacked, then these systems can actually explode. They can cause blackouts. They can contaminate the water. So it's a bit scary. That's what I mean by scary world, because it's not just a wrong answer. It has consequences. And I'm going to talk specifically about one class of systems, critical infrastructure systems, which are examples of the things that I mentioned earlier about power and energy systems, telecommunication systems, water systems, transportation, even health systems, healthcare systems, food supply, and so on. So these critical infrastructure systems are defined as an asset or a system which is essential for the maintenance of vital social functions. This is the definition of the Commission. So these are things that we need for our everyday life. If one of these is not working, things just fall apart. So that's why they are critical infrastructure systems. And can something go wrong? And the answer is yes. I mean, these systems do fail. Luckily it doesn't happen very often, but they could fail in the case of natural disasters. In terms of accidental failures, one of the pumps stopped working after 5 or 6 years out in the sun. That's accidental. But there's also the case of malicious attack, which is something that is rather new. So this is the case where somebody, for one reason or another, actually attacks the system in order to cause problems. So this is the case it happened in energy systems and water distribution systems. We already know that, and the more autonomy we have, so technology has developed a system where Internet of Things, everything on the internet, everything is connected. But at the same time, that has created issues related to cybersecurity, but also not only cybersecurity, also physical security, in cases that someone can attack the water distribution and contaminate the water. So, and in this case, when these critical infrastructures fail, the consequences, of course, are huge, the social consequences, economic health, and so on. And so the technology now comes and tries to solve a problem that, in some sense, it has created. So we need to develop systems, algorithms that are able to detect and isolate and handle this situation. So this is one of the things that we need to do, and this is one of the things that we are working on. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that the issue with the managing these critical infrastructure systems is becoming more challenging, because when these systems were developed, some of them recently, like the communication system, but some of them quite a long time ago, they were not developed to be so large. They kind of evolve over time, not in an optimal way. Deregulation has resulted in several heterogeneous and distributed infrastructure, which makes them more vulnerable to failures and attacks. And renewables and climate change make things more challenging. So we not only have to care about other things, we have to address these issues, which of course are critical for sustainability of the Earth. The final thing that is affecting this is that more and more people want to live in the cities. So there's a movement worldwide towards the cities, which creates pressures on these critical infrastructure systems, all in one location. And so these systems are becoming more distributed, more interdependent, one affects the other, and so on. Wrap up. Yes, okay.
We need to finish by 3.
Okay.
Sorry for having to say.
Yeah, so let me just take 2 or 3 more minutes and wrap up. So, I just wanted to mention that the resilience of these critical entities are becoming important, and it's through this critical entities resilience directive of the European Union. And I'm going to show some examples of some of the work that we are doing, which is basically dealing with turning the data into smart decisions, especially in real time. And the objective is to be able to detect and isolate and assess when something is going wrong as quickly as possible. So the center, the GEO Center of Excellence, has about almost 200 people working in different applications. The name of the center is from the Greek mythology. Geos was one of the titans. It was the titan of intelligence, and since we're dealing with intelligent systems, that's how the name came about. We are part of the University of.
They did not end up very well.
Hmm?
They did not end up very well.
Yeah, I know.
Pessimistic.
That's right. And the focus is on intelligent monitoring, control management, and security of critical infrastructure systems, with the objective of making these structures smarter, more efficient, greener, and more secure. So in the interest of time, let me just go to my last slide. Let me just say that in what we are doing, we are collaborating with all the major utilities and critical infrastructures in Cyprus, and through research projects which actually uses the work in practice, at least in Cyprus. And let me just end by just showing one of the things, just a small video that shows some of the work that we are doing. And then I'm done.
The GEOS Virtual City is a specifically designed platform built in a 3D environment that depicts a digital copy of the historic centre of Limassol, the second largest city in Cyprus. This platform was designed in collaboration with Imperial College London to assist in the management, monitoring and control of interdependent critical infrastructure systems. These infrastructures include systems of water, energy, transport, telecommunications, and are simulations of mathematical models which include geographical information. The smart virtual city mimics the real operation of these infrastructure systems in urban and semi-urban environments. The virtual reality platform allows researchers, critical infrastructure operators, and policymakers to run different scenarios and assess the environmental sustainability, safety, protection, and efficiency of cities. This platform can be used to assess the various natural disasters or man-made catastrophes, such as floods, power outages and fires, that can seriously affect our safety and quality of life. Sometimes, events that affect one infrastructure may have an impact on another. For example, a natural disaster was a power outage, resulting in the traffic lights and water pumps to shut down. The tank that supplies water to a neighbourhood stops filling with water and empties slowly. Moreover, traffic congestion is increasing and people start calling their work and family to say that they will be late. As a result, the quality of telecommunications drops, and this has a significant negative impact on the operation of the city. Through this platform, the user can test various city optimization and control algorithms to predict infrastructure faults and calculate their impact on the environment and on operational costs. In addition, the user can
Let me just stop it here, yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I will now ask Ms. Kristiina Krause to talk to us about Estonia's AI-powered parliament, harnessing AI for effective governance. Kristiina, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am very happy to be here. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak here. And so I represent the Estonian Parliament, and today I would like to take a more practical approach and share with all of you some of the examples of how we already harness AI to make the work of Parliament more effective. Now, before I get into the specifics, I would like to share a few facts for context. So Estonia is a very small country. We have 1.3 million people, but our digital innovation is known worldwide, hence our title of e-Estonia. And so 99% of our public e-governance services are available online 24/7. For example, all Estonians can declare their taxes online, and it takes less than 2 or 3 minutes to do that. And also, we are famous for our e-voting. We already have voted online in 13 elections, so since 2005. And the share of the people who vote online keeps increasing. So in Estonia, we are happy to have technological solutions that make our everyday tasks more easy and efficient. So now that I have given you some contexts in which the Estonian Parliament or the Riigikogu operates, I would like to have a look at our current state of play regarding AI. So in Riigikogu, we already use AI on a daily basis. We have a speech-to-text recording system. We have live subtitle generation. We have the new Riigikogu GPT. And we have different other tools like smart cameras and integrated tools. And of course, we are constantly monitoring all the latest developments and figuring out which types of technologies could further enhance the Parliament's work. And to make sure these innovations benefit our civil servants and our MPs, our IT department organizes workshops and seminars that introduces the ways that our new AI tools can be used. However, the Riigikogu does not have an AI strategy or guidelines, and currently there is no plan to create one, as in the Parliament, our strategy documents are rather general. They take a more wider approach, so an AI strategy currently does not fit these criteria, but we will see. And now I would like to further dive into 2 of the AI solutions that we have to give you more concrete examples. So one of these is called Hans, which is our AI-powered system that does the work of stenographers. So it's an AI-powered voice-to-text system, and we use it both in the plenary hall and in all our committees. to prepare word-by-word transcripts of all the sittings. And Hans was completed already in 2020. It was developed in Estonia by an Estonian IT company called Finest Media, and the system uses speech recognition software, which was created by the Tallinn University of Technology. And Hans helps us to quickly create transcripts of sittings, and this really increases efficiency. So our consultants can do the work a lot faster than the stenographers used to be able to write transcripts. And also importantly, Hans provides the public with a thorough and transparent overview of the Parliament's work and the debates going on. So I would like to show you how Hans works. It's really quite simple. So this is the interface that you see here. So we record all the sittings, we upload the recordings, and then the system processes the recording, the speech recognition software. And also we have a separate AI that is trained to recognize the different speakers. And then Hans slices up the produced transcript based on each speaker. And you can see the slices here. And as the output is not perfect, then the text can be tweaked by our editors. And when it's done and it looks nice, then it just takes one click for the transcript to be uploaded to the Riigikogu's website. It's very fast and easy. And finally, this is the public view of our Parliament's website. So this is the search for the plenary transcripts. You can search based on a specific keyword or the speaker or the time of the debate. And you can find exactly what and when was said in the Parliament. So in this example, if a citizen would like to know what was most recently discussed about AI in the Parliament, then a quick search will tell them that just last week, our Minister of Digital Affairs was in the plenary and she outlined her priorities regarding AI for the following years. And we also use Hans in committees. Although the committee sittings are closed by principle, then, for example, in our EU Affairs Committee, Hans helps our consultant to produce the meeting minutes much faster than when he would have to type up everything manually. So all in all, the AI solution that Hans provides us is both useful for the staff and makes it easier for citizens to be aware of what has been discussed in the Parliament about the topics that are of interest to them. And now, as the second example, I would like to introduce our latest development, which is the Riigikogu Generative AI, or Intelligent Chat Portal. And this is something that the Honorable Member of Parliament already brought up as an idea, and in Estonia we are already doing this. So I hope you'll find it interesting. So this is what the portal looks like. It is a very recent development, so it doesn't have a name yet, like Hans, but we will figure it out. And so it's essentially a combination of the OpenAI GPT-4 model and our own public data sources. So it's basically a custom-made ChatGPT for the Parliament. And the project was started in January 2024. It took about 6 months to develop it. And well, what we did essentially is we took all the open government data, which is all already machine readable, and we integrated the GPT model to our system so it can run queries on our data and provide the specific data sources it has used to give the answers that the user gets. And as you can see here on the left side, which is very important, is that the portal has many parameters that can be tweaked. So the user can pick, first of all, which GPT model to use. They can choose between a text, semantic, or hybrid search. They can choose the number of retrievable sources, and also the different types of our own data sources that are used for the search. And all the parameters didn't even fit on the slide here. But also, you can include the Parliament's website as a source. You can include the Parliament and government legislative database. And for these, you can also select the types of legislative documents and the publisher, etc. So it's really customizable. And I'd like to show you a few examples of how this tool can be used and how it works. So right here, this is the default. It says that, hi, I'm an AI assistant, and how can I assist you? And if you ask that, what can you do? It says that it can help to find and understand legislative documents, answer about the content of different laws, and all the related processes. And if the user would remove all the ticks, then the portal can just be used as the regular ChatGPT-4. Few more examples. So let's say if an MP would like to know which laws should be reviewed to lower the voting age to 16, and if this has been proposed in the parliament before. So the chat would nicely outline the 2 laws that would need to be amended, as you can see there, and also that this proposal has been made in April 2024. And if the user would scroll and click on sources, then they could see exactly where this data was taken from. However, the system is not perfect. It's still a very new development, so I will be transparent. Oftentimes it can make mistakes and provide some incorrect information. So for example, here I am asking who is the chair of the European Union Affairs Committee, and the chat gets quite confused. I asked many times, and each time it gave me a different answer. And the proposed names, Anneli Ott and Kalle Palling, they used to head the committee, but they haven't been members for years anymore. So finally, it did give me the correct answer, Peeter Tali, but even though I didn't change my questions or any of the parameters, the answers came out different every time. So it's very important with this system to remember that the user can and should check the sources and to see that, for example, here, the system was not able to find the latest entries of appointment of a new chairperson, and it was not able to understand, to read the tens of different meeting minutes where the name of the current chair is marked. So in conclusion, this Riigikogu AI is a first release. It's still a work in process. We continue to test it to make it as useful as possible, both for staff and MPs. But already you can see that it can be very helpful to quickly gather and merge information concerning all various aspects of parliamentary work and also the world beyond, because it draws on all the data that the GPT model has. And the user is really able to streamline the results based on their specific needs and interests. So I have almost reached the end of my presentation. I'd like to summarize by outlining the key takeaways illustrated by these AI tools I introduced. So it's absolutely clear that AI offers an endless amount of possibilities for more effective governance. And in our case, in the Estonian parliament so far, it helps to automate routine tasks, to increase efficiency, and gather and filter information. But it's critical to remember that the technology's effectiveness is directly linked to the quality and quantity of data that it uses. In the case of Hans and the Riigikogu GPT, they work in the Estonian language, but the Estonian language models are still quite robust compared to English, for example, because our training data, the Estonian training data is so limited in its size. So Hans can misunderstand words, and the Riigikogu GPT can interpret data sources incorrectly and thus provide faulty information. And this directly connects to the importance of knowledge and verification. It is essential to train both staff and MPs on how to use any of the new AI tools so that people can work more efficiently, and also for them to be able to critically analyze the work of a given AI tool, and to use the tools in a way that would provide them with the most reliable results. And now to conclude, as we look to the future, we see that the potential of AI should undoubtedly be harnessed for more effective governance. And at the same time, it is imperative to find a good balance between new technologies and ensuring trustworthiness and responsible use of all AI tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristiina. Now, Yiannis Mastrogeorgiou will speak to us on the challenges of AI for representative democracy from digital to algorithmic governance.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. You know, Mr. Hadjivasiliou used to be my professor when I was studying history. And probably you know that he is one of the best Greek historians we do have. And it's a privilege to be here and sitting beside him on this occasion. So the funny thing, when you speak at the last panel is that probably you don't want to fall in the trap of overlapping and saying things that have been already been heard. So I feel like living on the edge now. Probably some things that I have already prepared, I knew that. You have already listened to them. So I have to say some new things. Sorry to Virginia, sorry to my chief of staff, she's here, she has prepared a nice speech. Virginia, I'm not going to say nothing of this that we have prepared in the office. So, thanks once again. It is, of course, a pleasure to address here this Congress. We are living in an exponential era. The thing with artificial intelligence is that we have to combine two different things. We have to combine that the human mind is working on a linear state. Okay, we need some time to process things as they evolve, but we also have to pay attention to the exponential the exponential pace of AI. You probably know better than I do that if we had this kind of discussion back in 2019, we wouldn't have probably made this kind of congress about how Gen AI, the term Gen AI, generative AI, didn't even exist back in 2019, but didn't even exist on a mass scale. Of course, I heard previously the names of Jeffrey Hinton and Demis Hassabis, the Cypriot origin of Demis Hassabis, who won the Nobel Prize a week before. They do know the concept and they do have a knowledge about the next step of Gen AI, which is going to be the agents of AI, the impersonate and the face-to-face discussions we are going to have with an agent acting on behalf of us, not just answering to our questions, but acting on behalf of us. That's the new step ahead of us. So that's the problem that we have to face. We are working and we are thinking linear, but AI is exponential. And this also is a problem for democracy because, to my point of view, artificial intelligence has some challenges. I don't like to use the word risks, for example, or to put some more fear on this kind of discussion. I prefer the word challenges for humanity, for democracy, and for our productivity. That's the biggest picture as I see it. So, because artificial intelligence also presents a transformative opportunity for parliamentary process as well, by streamlining various functions, such as debate transcriptions, we heard a lot of paradigms this day, and forward-thinking parliaments are already experimenting with artificial intelligence, AI chatbots. I told you about that. We will see that coming into the future. Classified documents, create drafts, okay, and all of these things. The new era presents the necessity of trying to be able not only to communicate with AI, but how to be able to read and define the way AI sees the world. We heard about 100 times this day ChatGPT, the word ChatGPT as a word. But you know, what OpenAI did last year was not only ChatGPT 2 years ago, but last year they did something which is, to my point of view, quite amazing. They released the application Sora. Do you have any idea what Sora means? You do have. The funny thing and the interesting thing with Sora, which stems from the Japanese word meaning sky, because according to OpenAI, sky is the limit. Okay. Sora is the application where you have you put words, text, and you get back a short video. So this was the very first time in humanity that human beings were not the only living species. AI is not a living species, but okay, living species living on Earth that could easily transform and depict the picture they have about the world. Something else was also able to form the meaning of what I see as children running and playing, etc. We do have, as human beings, the ability to draw, what I just said, but AI also is able now to put into a frame this kind of meaning of the world. So, by saying these few words, I want to come back to the issue of parliaments and of democracy. And now, because my speech has nothing to do with that, we told that before. Going back to May 27, 2021, 3 years, almost 5 years ago, okay? Researchers at the IE University Center for the Governance of Change asked almost 3,000 people from 11 countries worldwide how they would feel about reducing the number of national parliamentarians in their country and giving those seats to an AI that would have access to their data. The results, published then, May 2021, showed that despite AI's clear and obvious limitations back then, 3 years ago, 51% of Europeans said they were in favor of such a move. Outside of Europe, 75% of people in China supported the idea of replacing parliamentarians with AI, while 60% of American respondents opposed it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we really do not know what future has in front of us in the next, let's say, 5 or more years. And that's why I think that Professor Kriari appeal to make future committees within the parliaments. We are the strategic foresight within the governments, but I do believe that we need it within parliaments is of crucial importance for the next years. And I would like to finish this kind of speech, let's say introduction to you by saying that what I usually say about AI is that we should not, of course, fear of AI because we are not going to have, for the next 5 years more or less, we are not going to have AI with the clear meaning of what it means, artificial intelligence. We're going to have the opposite one. We're going to have IA, intelligent assistance. And probably that's what humanity needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now, Mr. Giovanni Rizzoni on parliaments as generative AI systems.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, this very interesting conference. Congratulations to the organizers. Well, I will deal with the main subject, I would say, of this conference, that is the possible application, AI application to deliberative democracy and to parliaments. And what does it mean from the point of view of constitutional law? Don't be scared by this perspective. I will try to be not too boring. I'm going back to what Christoph Konrath said, that is democracy and also parliamentary democracy has its material side. There are some material and technological assumptions that strongly influence the way in which the core principles of democracy can work. Take an example, the birth of modern parliament
and modern parliamentarism could not have been possible without the invention of railways or of the press, because only railways and the press with daily newspapers made possible parliaments, modern parliaments, with a strong difference with the pre-modern parliaments that met once in 50 years, whereas this continuous contact between the constituencies and the plenary that was possible by new communication channels was possible really through new technologies. And for instance, the advent of the internet made possible or made enhanced another fundamental principle of parliamentary democracy, publicity. That is, because publicity is at the core of parliamentary democracy, but we know that before the advent of the internet, the actual access to parliamentary documents, parliamentary access, and so on, was very difficult. It was de facto restricted to a narrow circle of insiders. Now, with a click, we can access the all parliamentary debates, and it's really, this made possible a full implementation of the fundamental principle of parliamentary democracy, that is transparency and publicity. So technology definitely affects the way in which the core fundamental principle of parliamentarism do work. So and what about artificial intelligence application? Well, I can start with a metaphor, that is, the parliaments are already artificial intelligence systems. Why? Because they are human artifacts, because we don't find parliaments in nature. They are set up according to rules, constitutional rules, standing rules, conventions, and so they are definitely something artificial, created by the man. And they are intelligent because they are a system of collective intelligence. They are not only the result of a single man or single mind, but they rely on the fusion of interaction of a set of human beings, and the outcome of this interaction is the collective and institutional intelligence of parliament. Parliaments can be seen as a machine for thinking. And they are a kind of general intelligence, of course, because they can address any kind of problem. They are not specialized institutions. They deal with any kind of issue, new issues that can come out. Parliaments are able to deal with them. Maybe with the future committee for the futures, but or with the traditional standing committee, but this is the fact. And they are also generative artificial intelligence system. And now I come to the deliberative quality of parliamentary work. Deliberation, what does it mean, deliberation? Deliberation is not the mere aggregation of votes or opinions. Because deliberation is a process of debate and then decision. The outcome of this process is most of the time, it's not only the result of the sum of what was already in place before, but it's a new result that most of the time is completely unexpected. This is the peculiar point of deliberative democracy. And the interplay of arguments and counter-arguments is the core of parliamentary democracy, and the outcome of this interplay is generative of new results that are completely unexpected most of the times, even if you knew all the original assumptions. So again, another similarity with the generative intelligence, artificial intelligence system. So What about the AI application for parliamentary democracy? Are they an opportunity, a challenge? Well, some colleagues have already touched this subject. Some AI applications are already in place in supporting parliamentary work. For instance, the Estonian colleagues spoke about the debate transcription. So there are some very mature applications that are already in place. Processing of amendments. For instance, in the Italian Parliament, we have a very effective and system for processing the amendment that saves a lot of workload for the staff. Support in drafting a legal amendment, summarizing committee findings, and also for the documentation services. There are many applications that the colleague of the European Parliament already touched this subject. So there are already a lot of AI applications in supporting parliamentary work. There are some new trends, emerging trends, that is, we are, for some application, at the edge of the innovation, for instance, legislative drafting, public engagement. Rosario already touched this point. Legislative foresight, how through artificial intelligence system we can build scenarios that can be useful for decision makers. And we come here to the anticipatory governance tools. And we are here at the frontier of innovation. But what we can say about the non-negotiable principle for the use of artificial intelligence in Parliament? Well, I would say that, and here I rely on some guidelines that were issued from the Interparliamentary Union or by national parliaments. For instance, in my parliament, the Committee for Parliamentary Documentation set a document of guidelines on this subject. Well, and we have to go to the old traditional but still absolutely fundamental principles of parliamentarism. The principle of parliamentary autonomy. This means that any kind of AI application should be in full control of the parliament. That is, we can't rely on systems that we don't know how they work, or they go outside the control of the parliament. The free mandate principle. This means that all the members of the parliament should have free and equal access to the AI application provided by the administration. The principle of publicity, that is the need for explanation on how the AI systems work. And I am fully aware that here we are facing a real problem about the explainability of the AI system. Information integrity, human accountability, security, these are other principles that are non-negotiable for the use of AI application. Human accountability means that the human must be always in the loop. You can rely on AI system and delegate to them the final outcome of your activity. You have to take full responsibility for this outcome, even if you use these systems. Well, what artificial intelligence will never do, and this is my final point. Well, you know that for judicial adjudication, some people, some scholars think that artificial intelligence application could work better than judges, because since some legal scholars think that the judge should only implement the law as it is. So this is a kind of algorithmic functioning of judicial adjudication that could be done even by a machine, even better by a machine. And we know that there are many legal applications in the US and also in Europe that really support heavily the judicial application on the basis of the data provided by the full set of jurisprudence. And maybe a machine is more able to know everything that was judged in the past than a real life judge. But, and this is my final point, political representation, political mediation, deliberation could never be done by algorithms, because all these activities incorporate political freedom in them. And so it would be, from the conceptual point of view, contradictory to make these activities through algorithms. So here, this is my point, we go really at the limit of the possible application of artificial intelligence to parliaments. Thank you very much.
We now have time for some discussion. If there are any questions, please. Well, let me start by...
Work in progress. The image was a work in progress. Well,
let me start by posing the question. Giovanni, you made this very interesting distinction in the end of your paper. We can do it in justice, perhaps.
Perhaps, because it's very controversial.
We do know that in justice, we do know that in justice, the judge's knowledge of social morals and social habits and the laws of the market and the way that these laws are being implemented, so it is a very crucial part of the judicial opinion. In other words, there is an evaluation of human behavior. So is in politics. I find this very interesting that perhaps you could do this in justice. Well, I doubt really if you can do it even in administrative justice, much less in penal justice or in the marketplace. Where is this opinion based that perhaps you can do it in applying legislation, in justice?
It's based on a very radical, and some legal scholars support this view, a very radical view of legal positivism. Legal positivism maintains that judges have to rely on positive law, and their margin of appreciation is very, very limited, and the best judge is the judge that limits himself or herself to implement the law as it is. So I'm aware that it is a very radical position, but is intellectually supported by some not neglectable arguments. But for sure, this would not be applicable in any way to legislation. Whereas we can think about robotic judicial adjudication, we could never think about robotic legislation. So there is definitely a conceptual cleavage between them. Of course, it's very controversial, as you said. Judicial adjudication does take into account all this social context and feelings and so on. And I completely agree with you. But this is not incorporated in the law. In what really the judge It's not incorporated in what the Constitution, for instance, the Italian Constitution says the judges are submitted only to the law, that is in comparison with the power. So they have to implement the law. So theoretically, it could be possible that the robotic justice.
Okay. What about what Yiannis said? That we're not going to have, at least for the foreseeable future, which is very short, I understand, in the next 5 years. This is a very short-term future, that we're not going to have AI, but IA. Would you like to elaborate a bit more on this? So after 5 years, perhaps we may have normal and artificial intelligence able to make decisions?
We don't know, Professor. We guess that probably after the next couple of years, we will be able to have artificial intelligence, as I said before, working as agents, meaning that working on behalf of us. Taking a task and say, okay, now easily drink your tea, drink your coffee, and come back to you in a few hours with your task ready. After that, probably we're going to have a kind of AI that is going to be able to find new knowledge, something like the AlphaFold of Hassabis, which made the prototype of making new proteins, something like that. And maybe now we are getting into the field of science fiction, but we know that this couple of years, science fiction is becoming a science fact, okay? So maybe the last frontier will be to have AI working as a whole organization. So not sure when we're going to have this kind of exponential things coming to us, because it doesn't matter whether we do have the technology. We already had some kind of technology back then. It has to be working in parallel with societies and how people metabolize this kind of exponential things that happen to our lives into concrete examples of how they can make better their lives. If people don't get the idea that this thing works for me well, and the institutions, and then blah, 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 the academic field also works on that, we may have a pause, as we had previously pauses on the field of artificial intelligence from the very, very beginning of 1956 till now. Probably some of us here remember back in 1997 when the Deep Blue, the IBM computer, really beat it. Okay. The major player of chess in the world, and that was a shock for the world. Okay, but after that, in 2014, when AlphaGo made some tremendous work beating on the Asian play Go, the Lee Sedol, then back then Korean Super Championship. Societies didn't fear so much about that. They said, I can see some potential on that. So if we work in parallel ways, probably we will see all these things that I told you, and trust me, it's not science fiction, coming to life. But we are not sure when.
Okay, but this one is very short term. When you say 5 years is tomorrow.
Thank you very much. One small comment, because I found the discussion about AI judges and the role of the law and the role of the judge very interesting, very stimulating. I come myself from a country in Danish, where you predominantly hold to the positivist school, at least at university, meaning that the law is there, and it is the lawyers and the judges' role to interpret the law, but not to build on it and create new law. That being said, I think that the AI judge, or rather the intelligent assistant for the judge, is already here. And we know it. There are certain systems used in, for instance, the United States, one called Compass, which helps the judges in determining the recidivity risk. And it is being used in certain states, at the US in certain district courts. And I must say that, forgive me for being a bit philosophical here, but one thing I learned from dealing with AI is what human intelligence is really about, which is not just the ability to foresee what will come next or what will be the next logical step, but also much more to do with our social intelligence, our ability to look at the world in a very comprehensive way, taking into account our experience, but also looking into the future in other ways, in a more, how can I put it, in a more soft way than you would do if you only look at chances, which is essentially what an AI system does. And I think it's indispensable that human judges take care of all of our court cases, be that the civil court cases or the criminal court cases, for the simple reason that society is much more complex than a question of probabilities. And in the Compass system was particularly criticized not for being biased, because it wasn't really biased. That was the point. It was that it was built on actual data, but the historical data, do not take into account the person sitting in front of you. I have myself been a judge for a short period, and you can never, in my view, substitute your own impression of what is happening there, taking into account the specific circumstances in the case with the general case law. They have to align. In the end, you cannot make exceptions for everyone, but you have to look at it in a much broader way than an AI system can do. But the intelligent assistant is already there, and I think that for parliaments, it's very important that you take a discussion about whether you would like such intelligent assistants to do some of the legwork of the judge, or whether you will say, we prefer not. We prefer rather that they can be used for research, but it should not make a recommendation as to what decision the judge should take. Short comment, sorry for that.
But it is not what Kristiina spoke about, an intelligence assistance. Is it not exactly this case? Not in justice, but in parliamentary work, or not? Or is it something else?
Well, it depends, because what I showed, the Riigikogu GPT, for example, it can be used for research, for background research, but also no one can stop an MP from asking the system, like, what should I do? How should I vote? Or which new types of legislation should I maybe propose? And that's also a good question of... but you don't know how they use the system. Mm-hmm. You can't forbid them, and you cannot forbid the judges from using technology in a certain way, actually.
It's always the same, isn't it? It's the way that a society or a person opts to use technology. This is the really crucial thing. I mean, it's not technology's fault if it is being used wrongly or in any way, carelessly. So there was the gentleman.
Hi everyone, Nicolas here from Prof Solutions. Thank you very much all. It was a very interesting panel indeed. Kristiina, I'm a huge admirer of what Estonia is doing with all the AI initiatives they are taking in their parliament. And I just wanted to know, just to help us appreciate and understand more of how you started this journey. I mean, what sort of challenges did you face when you started introducing these AI-powered solutions in the parliament? And what sort of pushback did you start receiving from people or, politicians that are using these systems? Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So to look at our AI solutions in the parliament, you should look at Estonia as a whole. So when you go back to when we regained our independence in the 1990s, then what we had was a very limited amount of resources, both financially and personnel or expertise-wise. So we built up Estonia, all the governance systems already then online, because we just didn't have the resources to have hundreds of people, civil servants, do everything. So we have created digital solutions already for 30 years, and this has really been embedded in the whole country. So in our society, the trust in digital solutions is very high, both amongst regular people, amongst civil servants, legislators. People trust online systems. And I think this is an important thing to note when you consider introducing any new technological solutions. Of course, in the parliament and anywhere else, all new solutions do have pushback. There are people who don't want to go along, that are more used to the way things were. For example, with our speech-to-text system, HUNS, of course, the people who worked as stenographers, who had to either learn a new skill, or a few of them retired, there was pushback there. But as still our resources are limited, we're a small country and our administration is very thin, so to say, we all understand that we have to bring those solutions in to keep up with the world and what is expected of us as civil servants. And yeah, so it's need-based. We see where we could improve our efficiency, where we do not have enough personnel or manpower to complete all the tasks, and that's where we bring in technological solutions.
One last question. Did you have any kind of adverse comment for this? How was it?
I mean, there is a lot of, I mean, people, using, data to improve systems. It's always a big thing, and you have to make sure it's anonymized. So there's a lot of, I think, this whole discussion today, we're talking about biases. Of course, there's biases in AI, but there's also biases in humans. There's a lot of. I've been working in the area for a long time. I feel like the technology is maybe it's not as strong as some people think, but I think it's very strong. It's going to affect things. I'm one of the proponents of regulation in some cases, because especially in terms of fake news, I think that's a real risk. So a lot of people ask me why some people think, it's an existential problem and we may, kill ourselves. And, we can always unplug the computers, but it's not going to work that way. I mean, I think it's not the computer that is going to kill us. It's it's the AI convincing the human to do something, and the human may not even realize it was an AI that convinced him to throw nuclear weapons at someone and so on. So so in my mind, one of the first thing in terms of regulation that can take is to make it illegal to, when I talk with someone, I would like to know if it's a person or if it's an algorithm. I mean, if it's a bot. I think this is something that can happen. I mean, we do it with, for example, with money. You're not allowed to go around with fake money and try to do this. Why not with? So if I'm talking on the phone with someone, I would like to know if it's a real person or not. I think this is something that can be regulated. So there's a lot of things that we can start because it may get out of control, and so I'm a bit cautious. There's a lot of positive things, but I think we need to be cautious about what can happen.
I would like to thank the panelists and the coordinator for this magnificent panel. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you to be with us until 2:45. For the participants, we have a small present to give you before leaving the room. So thank you very much, all of you.
Well, may I remind the members of the conference, anybody who wishes at 4 o'clock for something, we gather downstairs in the cafe and we go for a walk at the center of Old Nicosia. Thank you.